because the Big Four keep rolling along.
That's correct.
Tennessee,
That's correct.
Indy, right? The New England Patriots. I mean,
New England.
right?
What a great story. Maybe the
And the
best story,
Chiefs.
but maybe the best story is watching New England recover from all of the injuries.
I think that we have the table set for a nice Thanksgiving feast, don't you? So from all of us here at ESPN to all of you out there, have a wonderful and safe Thanksgiving. For Tom Jackson, I'm Chris Berman. Thanks for watching NFL Prime Time. We have Sunday Night Football from South Florida. The Dolphins and the Redskins here on ESPN. Enjoy.
For Steve Spurrier and the Redskins, it's pick your cliche because they all fit a team that comes to Miami at 4-6.
How can 53 men lose sight of their singular goal? Your hopes have sunk into frustration. Your emotions have turned against you. And now, no one cares for what you have to say for yourself. Say nothing. Do everything and anything it takes to justify your existence. The anticipation, the expectation of your season that seemed like an unwavering force has revealed its true frailty. We are never as large as we seem, nor as small as we feel. Do not etch your legacy into stone yet. Will you protect your own? Will you regain your focus, your respect, your identity within the hallowed halls of your own existence? Day one may seem like 1,000,000 miles away. Do not say a word. Just play.
The Redskins have to play hard and then some because they face a Dolphins team with its own sense of desperation as a playoff spot may hang in the balance. Good evening, everybody. I'm Mike Patrick. It's great to have you with us. A loss tonight, and you can close the book on the Redskins. To win, they're going to have to do two things they haven't done very well all year. That's run the football and protect their quarterback. Patrick Ramsey will start tonight in spite of a very painful foot injury. The Dolphins are still in the playoff picture because of their defense, a unit that leads the NFL in points allowed. And that's a good thing, too, Joe, because that offense is not exactly lighting up the scoreboard.
Well, it really isn't, Mike. What you've got is you got two football teams of separate identities. You've got the Miami Dolphins, who love to run the football. Ricky Williams is their guy. Everything is built around what Ricky Williams can do. But it can't be just Ricky tonight. Brian Griese is going to have to step up. He's missed some opportunities in the last couple of football games. He cannot miss them tonight because the Redskins are a passing football team. Forget about the run. Steve Spurrier doesn't like to run. He got rid of runners. They want to throw the football. That's what the Redskins can do. And with Patrick Ramsey feeling pretty good from a foot standpoint, he has the opportunity to get the ball down the field. Now, Mike, Coach Spurrier called this offense the fun and gun.
Right.
I think it's about time the fun started for the Redskins.
It'd be nice for them. We already mentioned that Dolphins defense, Joe, that it's just so loaded with talent. But when you look at the Redskins, they've got playmakers on that side of the ball too, Paul.
Michael, how can you not be excited about this football game tonight? They have 15 defensive players on these two teams that have been to the Pro Bowl. 5 linebackers that are starting tonight. You got to pick your poison. For the Miami Dolphins, you got Zach Thomas and Junior Seau. On the other side, for the Washington Redskins, LeVar Arrington. And LeVar Arrington said there are a lot of huge egos on the line tonight. He also said the Miami Dolphins need this game to continue their run. We need this game just to stay alive. And tonight, we're going to see who's going to win this fight.
We need to take it one step at a time. We got to scratch. We got to claw. We got to bleed. We got to sweat. We got to do whatever it takes to climb back into this race because we're still in it.
ESPN salutes the South African PGA team of Trevor Immelman and Rory Sabatini for their thrilling victory at the PGA World Cup. It was a convincing win as they cruised to a 4-shot victory, besting teams from Britain, France, and the United States. Standing in for Ernie Els and Retief Goosen, the young pair made the country of South Africa very proud. Congratulations, Trevor Immelman and Rory Sabatini, ESPN's Athletes of the Week.
Get in here. This is Vinny Testaverde.
Welcome back to Pro Player Stadium in Miami for the Redskins and the Dolphins. Visa presents ESPN SkyCam, innovative technology on ESPN, the worldwide leader in sports. Visa SkyCam provides some of the most unique and memorable images ever seen from angles no other single camera in the world can achieve. We're excited to bring it to you every Sunday night. We may have the chance to witness NFL history here tonight. The great Bruce Smith needs just one sack to pass Reggie White as the game's all-time leader. With more on Bruce and the record, here's Susie Colbert.
Mike, Bruce Smith has 197 and a half sacks. Reggie White, 198. Smith has been at this for 19 seasons. At 40, he's the oldest defensive player in the NFL. Why play so long? Well, as he explains it, it's because he still truly loves the game. Although he is quite aware of the type of pain he's put his body through and the sacrifices he's made as far as his family is concerned. But still, he just keeps going.
I just hadn't gotten it all out of me yet. It's the best job. It's the only job that I prepared myself to get involved with so far as my career is concerned. And I truly believe after this year, I would have gotten it all out of my system, and I can ride off into the sun and say I gave it my all, and I've enjoyed every minute of it.
Smith has sacks against 73 different quarterbacks. Tonight, he hopes to make Brian Griese number 74 and make history at the same time. We're coming right back with the kickoff. Redskins, Dolphins.
Sports action every day is ESPN, the worldwide leader in sports.
ESPN welcomes you to the following presentation of the National Football League.
There is so much pressure on NFL head coaches every single week, and both Steve Spurrier and Dave Wannstedt are under the gun in their respective cities. Tonight may be a watershed for one of them.
Well, Dave Wannstedt caught a little bit of a break by winning last week, and of course, Coach Spurrier had one get away from him. You know, back to Bruce Smith for a second. He never sacked me, you know that, Paul?
Yeah, but everybody else in the league did.
A few.
Everybody did.
A few.
They had a punter sack you once.
John Hall will kick off for the Redskins, one of the free agent acquisitions that they acquired from the New York Jets. And the Miami marketing department has been working overtime. They are wearing orange jerseys for the first time ever, resembling those old Miami Hurricane uniforms.
I thought they were looking a little bit like Tampa Bay, but now you're right. They're more like Miami's college team.
Travis Minor is deep to receive. And we are underway from Miami. Travis Minor at the 4. Flag is down as he crosses the 25. Tackle made by Brian Johnson, and this will move Miami back 10 yards. The Dolphins were missing 3 starters up front last week, but get one back tonight. Former Pro Bowler Tim Ruddy is a go at center. Chris Chambers has 6 catches for touchdowns. He hasn't had that much help, though. The rest of the wide receivers combined have 1. Ricky Williams continues to be the workhorse, averaging 24.6 carries a game, the heaviest load of any back in the league. 246 times he has lugged it, and he says he expects to get it 30-35 times tonight. We had him in the earlier game against Buffalo when he had a club record 42. Brian Griese gives to Ricky Williams, spins out of the first tackle and reaches the 12. The Redskins front has been a weak point. Ronaldo Wynn may have been the most consistent, but only has 21 tackles. LeVar Arrington, one of the league's best athletes. The Pro Bowl linebacker, leads Washington in tackles. And Champ Bailey is a Pro Bowl fixture as well, and playing at that level in spite of multiple injuries. Call it 2nd and 9 for the Dolphins. Griese to throw. Over the middle and down near the 20-yard line. They said it was caught by Randy McMichael.
What a catch!
How did that get in there?
What a catch by Randy McMichael. There was a Redskin sandwich. He wound up right in the middle of it. And really, Brian Griese throws this ball the only place you can. You like to throw low over the middle. Now, keep in mind, this is a big tight end. He gets down on it, makes a nice play to catch the ball. Big guys have a little trouble getting down.
McMichael, one of the most athletic tight ends, and the numbers on Brian Griese, who came over from Denver. Back to throw on 3rd and short. Griese out in the flat. That one is complete. McKnight down the sideline. And McKnight will go all the way. 80 yards. James McKnight with his 2nd touchdown catch of the year. And just like that, Miami's up 6-0.
Let me tell you something, Joe. David Terrell is the guy that misses the ball, and if you're going to sacrifice yourself on a pass play like that, you've got to be 100% sure that you're going to be able to knock that ball down. When you take a look at this, David Terrell, number 31 on the outside, watch his pass and how perfect this is. He sacrifices. He goes to knock the ball down. It's not there. A bad run either.
Yeah, but Matt Bowen takes a terrible angle, number 41, to try and help out.
Tell you what, if that ball is a foot inside, it goes the other way. But a perfect throw for Brian Griese to James McKnight, and they desperately needed a wide receiver to step up. McKnight just did.
In the ring, it's one-on-one action. Your hands are your only weapon. Your body, your opponent's target. And in any moment, your brain will tell you it's time to take a nap. Top-rate boxing every week on ESPN.
The matchups are set and the rivalries are real. Mira versus Bestwick. Burnquist versus Lasek. Metzger versus Pastrana. X Games 9, Tuesday, only on ESPN.
ESPN's Friday Night Fights. he faces Mexican Juan Valenzuela in a 10-round junior welterweight bout. This one will definitely go the distance. Friday on ESPN.
The Dolphins take only a minute 38 to go, 88 yards, the bulk of it on McKnight's career-long 80-yard touchdown catch from Brian Griese. Now, that was a short out, just designed to pick up a few yards, and because a couple of mistakes, it turned into an 80-yard touchdown.
Well, when you've got safety play that's bad, you're going to wind up with people going a long way down the field.
Chad Morton and Patrick Johnson are deep. Very short kick. And it's picked up by Johnson.
I want to show you what happens on this play, okay? There's McKnight. There's Bowens. That's David Terrell. All right, what's going to happen is he's going to come out and run a route like this and head on up. But you're going to see Bowens take a terrible angle to try and make the play. If you're in man-to-man coverage underneath, you count on your safeties to help you out. There's the catch, Drummond. But look at the angle Bowens takes. That's horrible. And all of a sudden, it winds up in a big touchdown.
Well, let's give Randy McMichael some credit. He made a block downfield that was absolutely super.
Patrick Ramsey goes to the shotgun on first down. They give the toss to Tron Candidate, and Candidate hit in the backfield as Sam Madison came up from the corner. The Skins' offensive line hasn't been as good as hoped in spite of another solid year from physical right tackle John Jansen. Lavernius Coles has been everything they hoped for from a free agent. 5th in the league in yards, tied for 9th in catches. And Patrick Ramsey, who has barely practiced because of a foot injury, has great talent but may be a sitting duck tonight. He's already been sacked 29 times. Miami may have jumped off sides and nearly intercepted the pass as it was right into the hands of Jamar Fletcher.
That's a Goonlier. He's offside. He gets the jump. I know they're excited about getting off the ball, but that's crazy.
Miami's front four can really apply the pressure. Adewale Ogunleye already has a career-high 10 sacks, 4th in the league. Zach Thomas, as always, leads the club in tackles, even without prototype size. He produces prototype results as the heart of the defense. And Sam Madison has been one of the league's best corners ever since he became a starter. 29 career interceptions. He's been to 4 Pro Bowls. 2nd and 8 after the penalty. Candidate on the draw. He has blazing speed, but can't get out of the grasp of Zach Thomas and Junior Seau.
You know, and that's not a bad play. Steve Spurrier is calling the plays. Over the previous 2 games, Hugh Jackson, their offensive coordinator, has called them. Steve Spurrier has taken them back tonight. And starting out with a couple of runs, I don't think is a bad thing to do. It settles everything down. You come out, you throw 3 incompletes. It defeats you mentally. I think he's pacing it right at this stage.
Since giving up on Stephen Davis, who has had such a brilliant year in Carolina, this has been running back by committee this year. Miami jumped again, and Ramsey throws over the middle. That one's complete for a first down. Now we'll check the flag. That time it looked like Jason Taylor got the early start.
Boy, both of those ends look like they're in track meets. Ogunleye and Taylor are lined up on the outside of that offensive formation, and they just decide they're coming off. They're flying.
They got to wait a half a second longer. You have to wait.
You know what they're doing is they're watching Patrick Ramsey's foot. Then they're trying to time their release off the ball.
Offside. 99. Defense. It's declined. First down.
Johnny Greer, one of the best, makes the call on Jason Taylor.
Watch Jason Taylor now. I mean, he's down in a 4-point stance, and now he's trying to get himself to the outside with Chris Samuels. And Chris Samuels actually plays this beautifully. Even though Taylor had the jump, Samuels got the block.
Taylor said that happened by accident when he was tired. He needed to get in a 4-point stance for balance. He really likes it. Ramsey under pressure, throws for Candidate, incomplete. Let's go to Susie.
Well, here's the latest on Patrick Ramsey's injured foot from head trainer Dean Kleinschmidt, who, by the way, spent the entire night with him, giving him ice treatment and stem. He came to the stadium in his protective boot, kept it on till he put his uniform on. In free games, they ran through everything. 3-step drops, 7-step drops. The final test was to just throw it as far as he could, let loose. That was the final determination that he could start.
And Susie, that injury on the outside of his right foot, it hurts him to plant, it hurts him to push off. return candidate on the draw across midfield into Miami territory. Joe, from a quarterback standpoint, there's so many things that you need to have to be able to throw the ball properly, but certainly if you can't plant with that right foot, it's got to change your motion.
It's the worst thing that can happen to a quarterback. People, I think, have a misconception about throwing the football. Your lower part of your body is what gives you the strength and power. Patrick Ramsey, because it's his right foot, can't push off, and he's had to change his throwing motion a little bit. It is a bone bruise on a fracture. It has been taken care of medically, so he should be in pretty good shape. I don't think he feels a lot of pain on it, to be honest with you.
3rd and 8. 4-man rush for the Dolphins. Ramsey airs it out too high. Intended for Darnarian McCants.
I think that's the problem, right? You just saw with Ramsey. What he cannot do really is step up and throw the ball and get direction on it. That ball just took off on him.
When you can't step forward, Paul, as you go back, you're right. When you can't step forward, it's hard to get the ball to turn over. He plants, he steps, and there comes the throw. And this also is a product of not practicing. Remember, he hasn't thrown at all this week, so it doesn't take long to get a little bit rusty.
Brian Barker will punt to Sam Simmons. Nice high floater. And Simmons makes the fair catch up around the 16, 33-yard punt, no return. Great first series for Brian Griese.
A strong man, a hunter, a soldier, a weekend warrior in the Canadian wilderness, fighting the forces of nature. I'm so cold. And each other.
I vote to expel Chuck.
Who will win the race back to civilization? The wild rules.
You make it? Make it. Right on.
All right.
The wild rules on ESPN.
U.S. and we heard you. The League of the Stars has arrived on ESPN, home of the best football on the planet. Don't miss all the action of Spanish football every weekend, only on ESPN. A great moment in world football.
And away we go. Bayern Munich attacking the goal.
Well, that's a magnificent save, and it's a bullet off the inside of the post. Kyle with no chance. Boy, does he pick out the corner of that one.
The guy sweeps it in, and Hedman misjudges it.
Goal ESPN, your connection to the best.
The NBA on ESPN. The new kids, the Foreign Legion, the reigning powers. Take it strong, throw it down. The quest for a championship begins now. The NBA on ESPN.
ESPN Sunday Night Football, brought to you by Motorola. Intelligence everywhere. Microsoft, your potential, our passion. And the all-new BMW 5 Series, the ultimate driving machine.
One of the great natural wonders of the world, the Everglades National Park.
There are shoes swimming around. You've got a pair of those, don't you, Paul? I saw color.
Hey, I don't go anywhere where there are animals with no shoulders. You understand? Like when I hit a golf ball in the woods, it stays there, pal.
Miami scoring on its first possession on an 80-yard touchdown strike. Will start from its own 17 with Ricky Williams. Gets a couple to the 19-yard line.
And the one thing they're doing with Ricky Williams is they're putting 8 in the box, and they're going to say, if you're going to beat us, you're going to have to throw to the outside.
Yeah, but Ricky's learning how to run against the 8 in the box. Over the last couple of weeks, you see he's got over 800 yards, only 3.3 yards per carry, which is down from his 4.8 last year. But he's really had no big runs, and a product of that is the lousy job the Dolphins have done on third down. The offense can't stay on the field enough for Ricky to get into some momentum.
And the offensive line has been beaten up as well. He said a couple of weeks ago he didn't think he was running as hard as he should. This one is tipped and intercepted right into the hands of David Terrell, and Terrell back inside the 10. A return of 21 yards off the tip by David Terrell, who gambled and lost on the touchdown pass.
Dolphins wanted to spread this one out. Brian Griese's trying to step up. Watch to your right. That's Seth McKinney, number 68, but that's not the problem. The play is made by, looks like LeVar Arrington, number 56, coming in and swatting in the air. It sails on him, and David Terrell winds up with the interception.
And Joe, as a quarterback, that's just got to make you heart sick. Somebody tips it in the air. First and goal, Redskins. Trung Canada lowers his shoulder, stops shy of the 5-yard line.
I'm going to tell you one thing. If the Redskins are going to get in, they're not going to do it by running the ball.
Well, they have not had a 100-yard rusher this year, one of only 4 teams. And Miami has not allowed one all year. They're the only team in the entire National Football League that has not given up 100 yards to a rushing back.
And in a couple of games, Patrick Ramsey has had receivers open in the end zone and hasn't got the ball to him. So if they get him open, they're going to have to get it on the board here.
And the Skins have been woeful getting points off of turnovers. Ramsey under pressure. Throws too high and incomplete out of the end zone. Had 2 receivers back there, Gardner and Coles.
Now, this is a situation if you're Patrick Ramsey or Steve Spurrier, the play caller. You call the play, and if you're Patrick Ramsey, you say to yourself, all right, I just don't want to make the big mistake that takes points off the boards or an opportunity. If they come out of here with 3 points, that's okay. You just can't turn the ball over.
Well, they haven't come out of the first quarter with much more than 3 points. They've only scored 1 touchdown in the first quarter this year.
21 total points through the year.
And I think the Miami Dolphins defense, they just really know in their minds that Ramsey's not going to run with the football.
Basically, they're in a 3-8 right now. Rushing 3.
3rd and goal, and the 3 was good enough. Jason Taylor got there. The throw for the end zone, incomplete, and Ramsey is down.
Now,
this kid has been beaten up all year long.
How did he get that off?
I don't know how it wasn't called down before he threw it.
I think that they called him down. They called him down. Now, here it is, Jason Taylor. This is a 3-man rush. He just jumps inside of Chris Samuels. Jason Taylor's got him. They call this down.
Oh.
Yeah, and then Jason Taylor sort of just slams his side of his head into the ground. Jay Williams comes from the other side. Watch this. Now here comes Jason Taylor. Now coming from the right. There's number 91, Jay Williams. He lands.
Oh.
Patrick's the first thing that hits the ground is his head.
Now here is the worst scenario possible for the Redskins, because Ramsey came in hurt. They only have 2 quarterbacks on the roster. Tim Hasselbeck is the backup. He has thrown 3 passes in his entire NFL career.
Hello there. Guilty even of innocence seems to be the message of UEFA in the case of yellow cards. Take the case of Christian Daly of Scotland. Going into the game against Holland, Daly was on the bubble. 1 more yellow and he misses the return leg. The noise in Hampden Park for the game was ear-splitting as over 50,000 Scottish supporters willed on the local heroes. In the second half, after a foul, the referee's whistle calls a halt to the game. Daly of Scotland did not hear the whistle and proceeded to play the ball. This action cost him a yellow card. Fair enough, you say, but then the Norwegian referee said he made a mistake, that he believed Daly did not hear the whistle. The referee cannot rescind the yellow card, so now it stands. UEFA says the only way a yellow card can be wiped out is if it was given to the wrong player. I say it's time that they change this rule. After all, referees entitled to a mistake, so why punish everybody? That's within the Owl Onion Bag this week, and I'm Tommy Smith with a Y.
The NBA on ESPN. Wednesday, a showcase of 2 Brazilian standouts. Mark Bosa of the Suns meets Nene of the Nuggets. Live Wednesday, the NBA on ESPN.
My Tough Man Award this year.
Dolphins on top 7-0 as Patrick Ramsey comes slowly to the sideline. He was slammed into the ground. A 3-man pass rush on 3rd down, and 2 of the 3 got there to sack him before he could throw it. And now John Hall will try the field goal. The spot at the 18, so it's a 28-yard try. Hall 17 and 22 this year. And the Redskins get the interception, but only convert 3 points. And here is what happened to Patrick Ramsey.
Well, Patrick Ramsey, you know, this kid is really tough. Watch what happens here. Jason Taylor steps on his left ankle. There. Now he's going down. He's got him around the neck. And Jay Williams is the guy that's going to come in and just nail him. And it looks like his head and shoulder hit the ground at the same time.
This is one of the toughest quarterbacks I have seen in a long time. I mean, John Elway, to me, was just a tough guy. Brett Favre is a tough guy. Patrick Ramsey belongs in that same category. He may have only been sacked 29 times this year, but he's been hit a ton more.
Yes, he has, and at this rate, he's not going to have a chance to have the longevity of those other guys' careers.
That's another sack, Joe. That's 30 times.
All right,
they gave that sack to Jason Taylor.
And if I was Chris Samuels, the left tackle of the Redskins, I'd be really embarrassed at this point. The Dolphins rushed 3 guys. 3. And Jason Taylor was lined up across from him. And Patrick Ramsey didn't even have a chance to defend himself.
You know what? I really enjoyed talking to him, Patrick Ramsey, yesterday. And the guy said, first of all, he's got no voice. He can't talk. He's in a boot. He limps into the room. And he said, hey, I'm playing. Even though I haven't thrown the ball all week long, I'm playing. I should be ready to go.
Travis Minor is deep. Good kick this time. Deep into the end zone, and they'll take it at the 20. The Redskins score was set up by the tip from LeVar Arrington, and he's wired for Sunday night. There aren't many people that play with any more emotion, any more skill, any more athletic ability than LeVar Arrington. Here comes the blitz. Williams hitting the backfield, slips out of a tackle, crosses the 20. Arrington had him and lost him.
People talk about great linebackers in this league, and if you're on a football team that's struggling, the Redskins are 4-6, you maybe don't get the credit. LeVar Arrington is a 2-time Pro Bowl player. He should be a 3-time Pro Bowl player after this year. I put him in the category of Ray Lewis. To me, I think those two guys play with the same kind of motor, go sideline to sideline. He's asked to do a lot more different things than even Ray does. And Junior Seau is another one of those guys that I would put in that extremely good category.
Junior more Pro Bowls than any other linebacker. Greasy to throw, under pressure from behind, and they got him. Ronaldo Wynn came off the quarter.
Did Bruce Smith get there as well? Here comes the official score. It's like waiting for an error or a hit. Does Bruce get a half a sack?
A half would tie him with Reggie White.
Look, here comes Bruce Smith. He's on this left-hand side over Wade Smith. Now, does he get a piece of it? You know,
I think so.
Come on.
Yeah, give him a half.
Ronaldo Wynn's already got him wrapped up.
I think he gets a half.
They give him a half, and he has just tied the record of Reggie White. 198 career sacks, and that's a football that nobody else is going to get.
Now, he has a chance to get another one if he gets another one tonight to break the record.
That's right. And he'll keep that ball, too.
And if the Redskins win, he could get a third. So this could be a 3-ball night
no,
for Bruce Smith.
The ball goes to the Hall of Fame.
Well, you might send him another one.
They'll paint one up for him.
Greasy back to throw. Instead, the draw play to Ricky Williams across the 15 to the 16, where middle linebacker Jeremiah Trotter got him, and Miami will have to punt.
Neither one of these two teams, the Miami Dolphins or the Washington Redskins, need to be in anything but 3rd and short. I mean, you know, you're going back, you got 3rd and 15 or 16, and you try to run a draw.
And I think if you're the Miami Dolphins, you start to feed Ricky and get some pace going there.
Patrick Johnson deep for Turk's punt, which is sky high. Johnson fair catch to 44. A beautiful 40-yard punt by Matt Turk. Bruce Smith has toiled at this profession for 19 seasons. He has just tied the record of Reggie White.
Great moment in world football.
Drogba with a shot, and Drogba has come out big. Marseille leads.
ESPN, your connection to the best.
Ronaldo second! A strong man, a hunter, a soldier, a weekend warrior in the Canadian wilderness, fighting the forces of nature. I'm so cold. And each other.
I vote to expel Chuck.
Following the race back to civilization, the wild rules.
You make it? Make it. Right on.
The wild rules on ESPN.
ESPN salutes the South African PGA team of Trevor Immelman and Rory Sabatini for their thrilling victory at the PGA World Cup. It was a convincing win as they cruised to a 4-shot victory, besting teams from Britain, France, and the United States. Standing in for Ernie Els and Retief Goosen, the young pair made the country of South Africa very proud. Congratulations, Trevor Immelman and Rory Sabatini, ESPN's Athletes of the Week.
Dolphins with a 7-3 first quarter lead here in Miami, and Tim Hasselbeck is the new quarterback out of Boston College. Originally went to Buffalo as an undrafted free agent. Has been with the Bills, the Eagles, Carolina, played in NFL Europe, and now to the Redskins, where he has thrown 3 passes in his career. That was his 4th, an attempted screen, which was incomplete because Tim Bowens was right in the middle of it. Let's check in with Susan.
Here's the injury update on Patrick Ramsey. They're saying that he was simply shaken up and he just needs time. The trainers have been looking into his eyes, working his neck, working his jaw. They're calling him questionable. Guys, we know how tough he is. He could come back.
Susie, we have seen enough concussions to assume that might be the problem, the way they were talking to them and the look right now on Patrick Ramsey's face.
Boy, these defensive linemen are just going to tee off and go now.
Hasselbeck straight back to throw. Sits in the pocket, then throws complete. Nice strike to Rod Gardner. Remember what Hasselbeck said to us? If I get in once the game starts, we're just playing football. Doesn't make any difference.
It doesn't make a difference to him, but if something would happen to him, they would have to go to Cliff Russell, a wide receiver, as the other quarterback. Nice job of setting in the pocket. I don't think you can give this young man a chance to sit back there. If I'm the Miami Dolphins and Jim Bates, their defensive coordinator, I'm coming after him. The Redskins have not picked up blitzes. This is a guy that's not comfortable in the system. If I'm them, I'm coming.
How's that for play calling, though? First 2 plays, he throws. Now they'll give it off. And they've got the new back, Chad Morton, in there.
Mike, you know why Hasselbeck is at it? I think he's at an advantage here, is because they don't know anything about him. They don't know what his cadence is like. They don't know what his tendencies are. They have not seen him. So when they're sitting out there taking a look at him, you've got to sit and wait a little bit and think about what is he going to do and how's he going to do things. That first throw he made was an excellent throw.
That's why I wouldn't give him time. I agree.
That's right. You've got to go get him, because if you give him time, you don't know what he's doing.
Chad Morton gained 9.5 yards on that carry. Drunk candidate is back in on 2nd and inches. And Hasselbeck to throw. Gets good protection and throws incomplete. Lavernius Coles with a diving try. Hasselbeck has thrown only 3 passes coming into this game in his NFL career. That was a couple of weeks ago. Played at Boston College, was an undrafted free agent with the Bills, then went to the Ravens, went to the Eagles, NFL Europe, couple of practice squads, and signed for the Redskins. It's an ignominious beginning to a career, but we have seen so many guys who finally got an opportunity and made it pay off. And Drunk Candidate will get the first down near the Miami 33-yard line.
Probably the biggest one that comes to mind is a kid by the name of Kurt Warner, who took advantage of an opportunity.
You know what? Yesterday when he came in and he sat down, I'm telling you, folks, he did not look nervous at all.
No, he's very confident, wasn't he?
And we said to him, do you expect to play? He said, I certainly do. I know that. No, he didn't know that he was going to get hurt.
He's been there 3 weeks for crying out.
That's right, yeah, he knows. But the thing about it is, though, Spurrier said about him, he's a very smart young man, and he picked up the offense very well. They haven't cut anything back for him either.
His brother Matt, of course, the starter in Seattle. They talked this week. We got a little bit of advice. Back to throw again. Hasselbeck sidearms this one. Wasn't that pretty?
See, this is where I think he's a little bit different than Patrick Ramsey. Patrick Ramsey does not move around that well. Ogunleye comes on the outside. He slides up inside. Nice job of sliding over. You see a lot of moves like that out of Tom Brady with the New England Patriots. Tom slides very well around in the pocket. Tim looks like he's just running on instinct, and that's the way you have to play the game.
And he has almost always been in a West Coast system. That's what he's familiar with. This is not a West Coast passing system. He has had to pick everything up on the fly after they released Rob Johnson. Hasselbeck to throw again. Drops this one off to Candidate, trying to get to the outside, and has a first down at the 21-yard line. Zach Thomas with the tackle, and Tim Hasselbeck right now is living a dream.
Well, and the thing about it is, if you take a look at him, just look at him. He's having some fun. He really is having some fun because he knows that they don't know him. Look at this. Little play action, little screen out to Candidate.
You know what I like? The old ball coach is calling some plays where he's getting the ball out of the hand of the quarterback quickly. Remember now, Steve Spurrier's taking back over the play calling abilities, and there he is delivering the blow on Zach Thomas.
Hard run by Trung Candidate to get the first down. Back to Miami after this.
U.S. and we heard you. The League of the Stars has arrived on ESPN, home of the best football on the planet. Don't miss all the action of Spanish football every weekend, only on ESPN.
In the ring, it's one-on-one action. Your hands are your only weapon. Your body, your opponent's target. And in any moment, your brain will tell you it's time to take a nap. Top-rate boxing every week on ESPN.
The NBA on ESPN. The new kids, the Foreign Legion, the reigning powers. Take it strong, throw it down. The quest for a championship begins now. The NBA on ESPN.
ESPN's Friday Night Fights. Ernie Zavala will have a tough opponent when he faces Mexican Juan Valenzuela in a 10-round junior welterweight bout. This one will definitely go the distance. Friday on ESPN.
It is a perfect November night in Miami, and the Dolphins are on top of the Redskins 7-3, but backup quarterback Tim Hasselbeck is driving Washington downfield. They have a 1st and 10 from the Miami 20. Chad Morton on the draw. Morton breaks a couple of tackles and gets inside the 15-yard line.
Now, let me just say something here. This is where the Redskins have shot themselves in the foot all year. They get a good drive going, they get some momentum going, and then all of a sudden a ball gets tipped, they miss a handoff, somebody trips, somebody misses a block. This is a very critical drive for them, not just for Tim Hasselbeck, but I think for the entire Redskin team from a psyche standpoint. Keep the positive momentum going. And for the Dolphins, their defense is their strength, so they shouldn't be run over like this.
The up back is Brian Johnson. Candidate back in there. Had a hole up the middle, closed immediately by Bowens.
This is kind of an interesting run. You got Brian Johnson as the fullback, and he goes left into a hole. And then you see Trung Candidate go right.
Deception, Paul.
Very, very nice deception. That picked up a yard. They got followed the fullback in.
The run was deceptively short.
That's right.
Yeah. 10th play of the drive coming, 3rd and 3 for the Redskins. Miami changing personnel, and the Skins will go with 1, 2, 3, 4 wide receivers. Coles in motion. Blitz coming. And it's batted down. Terrell Buckley coming off the corner, leaps and knocks it down. And does anybody make more big plays than T-Buck?
I'll tell you, T-Buck is funny. This guy, you talk about timing a play perfectly. Number 27, Terrell Buckley, up in the air, bing. That thing hit him in the face.
He's one of 4 guys, free agents, that were added along with Junior Seau, Sammy Knight, Jeff Scanina, and T-Buck, all on defense for the Miami Dolphins, and all of them have played very well.
Yes, they have. And John Hall, who's already hit a 28-yarder, will try one from 31. The Redskins, again, go deep into Miami territory and come out of it with a field goal. But now they've cut the lead to 1. Earlier first quarter, Bruce Smith got a half sack on Brian Griese, the first time he had ever gotten to that particular quarterback, along with Ronaldo Wynn. And the half sack ties him with the legend, Reggie White. And this is what it sounded like from LeVar Arrington, who's wired.
Hey, boy! Hey! 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 That's what's up, man. Hey! That's real, boy. Oh, Lord. Yeah. 7-8 in the house.
When LeVar Arrington came into the National Football League, and he is one of the great stars already in this league, Bruce Smith had already been playing defensive end for 15 years.
So, you know, we're talking to Bruce yesterday. I had a moment with him afterwards, and he just said, I just really can't wait till it's over with. I think I got to get, you know, I mean, there's a lot of pressure.
I got the sense I saw a lot of relief on his face now.
Oh, man.
He's finally there.
Wait till the next one. Travis Minor, deep to return from Miami. A yard deep in the end zone. He'll bring it out. Only gets back to the 16-yard line. As of this very moment, Bruce Smith and Reggie White tied at 198, Kevin Green at 160, and there is no one right now on the horizon who you could even guess might get near that number.
You know, when you look at these 3 guys, I mean, they're exceptional. But I'll never forget the night that it wasn't a sack when Reggie White picked the back up and threw him at the quarterback. I never saw anything like it.
Reggie did some things that just made your jaw drop.
Tommy Kramer was Bruce's first victim.
Ricky. Boy, Champ Bailey, who was playing with a couple of injuries this year, always so good in run support.
There are a lot of corners in this league that don't want to tackle. I think Antoine Winfield, to me, that guy's special. Champ Bailey is the complete. He could be the best all-round corner. In this game, you got Freddie Smoot, who's good. Of course, Surtain and Madison both been to the Pro Bowl. But this guy here is as complete as they get. He's big, he's tall, he's struff, got great hands.
He admits he doesn't want to come up and hit those guys.
He's struff,
tongue, and stuff.
He's
tongue and struff.
And I'll tell you, there aren't many guys who are tongue and struff in this game.
Griese under pressure, wanted to set up the screen and never had a chance. Bernard Holsey led the charge, and he had a lot of help.
Well, let me tell you one thing. If you're going to play action, you better block somebody up front. Griese's running a play-action pass and getting nailed. As soon as he turns, watch this. Griese, play action, he turns around, and when he does, look at who's in front of him, 90 Halsey.
I want to tell you, that was an ill-fated play from the beginning because either Ricky Williams went the wrong way or Brian Griese went the wrong way because he was looking for Williams to be faking to the left and helping out.
And Rob Conrad didn't pick up the blitz because he was the screen guy. He had to get out in the pattern. 3rd and 17. Draw play. Williams breaking a couple of tackles back near the original line of scrimmage. And Miami will have to punt it away. And here come the Boo Birds. They don't like the call. They booed Dave Wannstedt at the end of last week's game, which I thought was unconscionable. He had 51 seconds to go from his own 20 into a strong win in a tie game. And they're booing because he ran the ball to play for overtime when they eventually won. What would you like the guy to do?
I like this call. I think you got to conservatively still play together. You're ahead 7-6.
Exactly.
You know it's going to be that kind of a game. The other team has lost its starting quarterback.
They're not down 38-3 with 30 seconds to go in the game.
And they got a tremendous defense.
Patrick Johnson is deep. We will not get the punt off until the second quarter. That's the end of the first 15 minutes. Dolphins on top of the Redskins, 7-6.
Hi there, my name is Derek Ray, and here on Press Pass, it's all about non-stop football controversy.
So things always happen in football. You want someone to make sense of it? I'll give you the truth.
Don't listen to those guys. They know nothing about football. One of these weeks, I'm going to strangle Eddie. Maybe I'll just give him the hook.
Don't listen to Tommy. We'll give you all the issues when we discuss football week after week.
Well, it's never dull when Eddie and Tommy are around. Join us for Press Pass every week, right here on ESPN.
Your choice for great sports action every day is ESPN, the worldwide leader in sports.
There you go, sir. Diaz.
There's great golf action coming in December to ESPN, the worldwide leader in sports.
Ready to start the second quarter in Miami with the Dolphins on top of the Redskins, 7-6. Who had the best day in the NFL? Amon Green, 154 yards on the ground. Matt Hasselbeck, 333 yards passing. Chad Johnson, 3 more touchdown catches. Deuce McAllister with his 8th straight 100-yard gamer. Anthony Wright with a miracle comeback. Turk punting. Patrick Johnson tells everybody to get away. And it rolls just across the 40. Let's check in with Susan.
Well, you get the feeling, talking to Dave Wannstedt, that the Dolphins' quarterback job is an open competition. If Brian can get things going, then Jay Fiedler may not be automatic for his return. And, I mean, what an odd run for Jay Fiedler. It seems the only time he's truly appreciated is when he's out. The guy is 32-15 as a starter. His backups are 5-6. But as Zach Thomas says, when he's in, the fans seem to want him out. And when he's out, they want him in.
And Susie, how many quarterbacks in this league would give their left arm to be 32-15 as starters? Hasselbeck to throw again. Over the middle, and this one is complete into Dolphin territory.
You know, the pass-run ratio for the Redskins right now is 12 passes and 8 runs. That's a good balance. That is not what Steve Spurrier defines as his fun and gun. And this is more an offense that he is adapting to as a professional coach. He's had to change a lot.
He has.
Spurrier's had to make some modifications in what he wanted to do with his offense. I give him a lot of credit for growing and learning and being willing to do that.
Tell you who's having fun right now, and that's Hasselbeck. Strong candidate trying to turn the corner, but Agunlier brought him down.
Tim Hasselbeck looks like, well, this ain't so hard, you know? They don't know what I can do and what I can't do, so this is not so hard.
Just the way it worked at Boston College.
Hey, 4-7, 38 yards. Okay, give me some plays.
Ramsey warming after being knocked out of the ball game. They are the only 2 quarterbacks on the roster. Cliff Russell, who was on IR last year, a flanker, is the backup emergency quarterback. John Simon, a free agent running back, number 45, is in. Taylor tried to get around the corner and couldn't, and Simon will make the catch at the Miami 43-yard line.
Jason Taylor is lined up on Samuel, number 60. Now, he comes around. His leg is going to slip right about right there. He almost got to Hasselbeck, and he knows if he could have planted that foot, he'd have been there. Samuel's having a tough time with this guy.
Well, you know, the Dolphins, you see him signaling for the crowd. If the crowd can get into this and get louder, it's going to be more difficult for the tackles to hear Tim Hasselbeck.
3rd and 5. Four wide receivers set, and Hasselbeck throws, has the first down. Patrick Johnson makes the catch, and Hasselbeck has been unerringly accurate so far.
Just remember now, Hasselbeck practiced all week long, and he pretty much knows this offense. But what he's doing, he's not taking any chances at all, Joe. There's an open guy 6 yards down, I'm hitting him.
You're right, Paul. And what I appreciate is the offensive line is doing a good enough job to let him get the ball out of his hands quick. Coach Spurrier is not trying to throw 15 and 20-yard routes. He's allowing him to get the ball out of his hands quick. Again, a little bit of a modification in what the Redskins were doing earlier in the year.
And these are 3- and 5-step drops, not 7 down the middle. A Coles touchdown. Woo! Now they go up top, and Hasselbeck throw a strike to Lavernius Coles.
The old ball coach just can't sit on short routes, can he? What a throw this is.
For Lavernius Coles, his 4th touchdown catch of the year. For Hasselbeck, the first touchdown pass of his professional career.
Give him the ball. Watch the touch on this pass. Little pump fake. Lavernius Coles downfield. Outruns Patrick Surtain.
That ball is thrown absolutely perfect.
Hasselbeck, 4 out of 4, 59 yards and a touchdown on that drive. And the Redskins have stunned the Dolphins behind the inexperienced backup quarterback, Tim Hasselbeck. And they lead in Miami 13-7.
Everybody up, everybody up, everybody up. We got to focus and we got to have it. Let's go, let's go. 1, 2, 3. Get out, 2, 3. Let's go. Let's go. Get it out. Dominate. Get right. Dominate. Get out. Win. Let's go. Get it out. Dominate. They always do that.
Hello there. Guilty even of innocence seems to be the message of UEFA in the case of yellow cards. Take the case of Christian Daly of Scotland. Going into the game against Holland, Daly was on the bubble. One more yellow and he misses the return leg. The noise in Hampden Park for the game was ear-splitting as over 50,000 Scottish supporters willed on the local heroes. In the second half, after a foul, the referee's whistle calls a halt to the game. Daly of Scotland did not hear the whistle and proceeded to play the ball. This action cost him a yellow card. Fair enough, you say, but then the Norwegian referee said he made a mistake, that he believed Daly did not hear the whistle. The referee cannot rescind the yellow card, so now it stands. UEFA says the only way a yellow card can be wiped out is if it was given to the wrong player. I say it's time that they change this rule. After all, referees entitled to a mistake, so why punish everybody? That's within the Owl Onion Bag this week, and I'm Tommy Smith with a Y.
ESPN Sunday Night Football, brought to you by Southwest Airlines. Friendly nonstop service all across the country. Southwest Airlines, a symbol of freedom. Toyota, get the feeling. And Miller, who reminds you that there's good enough and there's better than it has to be. Miller, good call.
Back in beautiful Miami, and if you just joined us, surprise, the Redskins are leading the Dolphins 13-7, 12:06 to go in the half. They're doing it behind Tim Hasselbeck, not Matt, Tim.
I don't think the Dolphins have crossed the 35-yard line tonight. I mean, their own 35. They've been backed up in their own end.
Just on the one scoring play, and after that touchdown, they've had an interception, a 3-and-out, and a 3-and-out. They've lost 3 yards total offense.
Having crossed out of their own 20. 3 drives started inside the 20 are not going to get you a lot of points.
That's some play calling by the Redskins. Travis Minor deep. This one's taken by Simmons. And Sam Simmons tries to get to the outside to the 36-yard line. Taken down by John Hall, the kicker. Brian Griese hoping to restart that Dolphins offense as his club is down 13-7. There is a flag down.
the Dolphins can't really seem to find a rhythm on offense. They tried to come out and open it up. They hit the one big play, and then it's been a sputter with Ricky Williams.
Taylor Jacobs, the wide receiver, is the injured player for the Redskins. We'll check on him in a moment.
It's December and holiday time, and ESPN will travel the globe to bring you the gift of sports. Spanish football is back on ESPN as the great clubs of the Spanish First Division compete at the highest level. The superstars of the NBA are in top flight, and ESPN has all the action. The rough and tumble world of Scottish football continues from the fields of Scotland. The NFL on ESPN wraps up the regular season, and the top clubs gear up for the playoffs, heading to Super Bowl 38. Dutch football continues with the best clubs in Holland. The great players of the PGA are in action. And the top prize of European football is on the line in the UEFA Champions League season, match day 6. Great action this December on ESPN, the worldwide leader in sports. The NBA on ESPN. Wednesday, a showcase of two Brazilian standouts. Barbosa of the Suns meets Nene of the Nuggets. Live Wednesday, the NBA on ESPN.
Things started beautifully for the Dolphins offense tonight. 3 plays, 88 yards, and a touchdown. Since then, it has gone in the tank. They have lost 3 yards in 3 possessions. Draw play, Ricky Williams breaks this one to the 45. Picked up 8, maybe 8.5.
Boy, they needed that.
And the one thing about Ricky, though, when you look at him, he gets his shoulders square to the line of scrimmage. And when he's running like this, he is all downhill. Look at his shoulders. Boom, he gets back square up downfield, and he picks up 8.5 yards on the play.
Rob Conrad does a good job on Mitchell.
And then Ricky does the rest. Trying to move the pile, searching for first down yardage, and he'll have it near the 49.
Brian Griese got off to a really good start. Hits James McKnight with an 80-yard touchdown reception. Now, LeVar Arrington tips the ball up. David Terrell picks it off, winds up with field position. Now Bruce Smith comes around, gets his 198th, gets a half a sack. There comes Arrington. Another sack. Bernard Holsey puts him on the ground.
Williams. Boy, did Chambers come in and throw a great block from his flanker position. He really opened it up.
Chris Chambers is one of those players that I think can be a top-notch player in this league. It's just going to take a little bit of time for him to be able to get some passes, get some opportunities, and have this offense be moving.
Or was that Darius Thompson?
That was Darius Thompson, number 88, that makes the block.
Of course, who was a former Redskin.
And has been a major disappointment. Only 15 catches this year as a starting wide receiver. Travis Minor gets a shot at it. Minor down to the 40. Jeremiah Trotter, the middle linebacker, made the stop. But another Dolphins first down, and this was what Miami does best, just grind it out.
All on the ground. Griese has not thrown a pass, and now it's time to throw a little play action. But, you know, I really think that they're afraid to get themselves in 3rd and long.
I would, too, if I was them, being that they haven't completed. They've been 0 for 13 coming into this game on 3rd and 10 plus.
Out of the eye this time, and Minor again. Straight up the middle. They're really taking advantage of the middle of that Redskins defensive line.
Well, in the first quarter, we saw the Washington Redskins just jam up the middle. There was no place to run. Now, all of a sudden, the Miami Dolphins, but what they're doing is Ricky Williams is breaking out to the outside. Travis Minor is just a little delay step to get these guys upfield, breaking back to the outside.
Well, it hasn't exactly been a run defense that scares anybody. They're 23rd in the league, giving up almost 130 yards a game. Williams back in there after the breather. Looked like the Redskins jumped.
Prior to the snap, false start, number 68, offense. Still second down.
Seth McKinney, and we'll check in with Susie.
Mike, Ricky Williams admits that this season hasn't been what he thought it would be. He thought it would be more like last year when he led the NFL in rushing with 1,800+ yards. He said this year he's had to deal with more adversity than at any other time in his career, even during his struggles in New Orleans. He said because in New Orleans, no one really expected them to win. Here, the expectations are so high. When you have 14 Pro Bowl players on your team, no wonder why.
And Susie, Ricky with another carry inside the 40. Brian Griese has not thrown a pass since the interception. When he has had time, as you can see on that first series, he has thrown the ball very accurately.
And it hasn't been that he hasn't tried.
Right.
He's been sacked a couple times since he threw the interception.
Ricky Williams has carried it 84% of the team's running plays, the heaviest load in the NFL. You saw Travis Minor, the guy who comes in to give him a breather. Occasionally, Conrad will get one.
Now we're 3rd and 8 again.
And Griese will go to the shotgun. 4-man rush. And Griese throws incomplete. It was intended for Ricky Williams, and he never got his head turned around, and the pass went right by him.
Wouldn't have made any difference. Jeremiah Trotter, number 54, was on him the whole time.
But at least the Miami offense has created some field position advantage for themselves. It's a close ball game. It's 13-7. At least now you have a chance to back up the Redskins.
Turk will punt to Patrick Johnson. And how about Griese's progression? He plays for his father is the Hall of Famer, Bob Griese. He replaces the legend in Denver, John Elway, as this punt kicks into the end zone. Then he comes here, back to his father's home, and he's got a statue of Dan Marino outside of the stadium. Back to Miami in a moment.
A great moment in world football.
And away we go. Bayern Munich attacking the goal.
Well, that's a magnificent save. And it's a bullet off the inside of the post. Kyle with no chance. Boy, does he pick out the corner of that one.
The guy sweeps it in, and Hedman misjudges it.
Goal ESPN, your connection to the best.
A strong man, a hunter, a soldier, a weekend warrior in the Canadian wilderness, fighting the forces of nature. I'm so cold. And each other.
I vote to expel Chuck.
Who will win the race back to civilization? The Wild Rules.
You make it? Make it. Right on.
All right.
The Wild Rules on ESPN. In the ring, it's one-on-one action. Your hands are your only weapon. Your body, your opponent's target. And in any moment, your brain will tell you it's time to take a nap. Top-rate boxing every week on ESPN.
ESPN's Friday Night Fights. Ernie Zavala will have a tough opponent when he faces Mexican Juan Valenzuela in a 10-round junior welterweight bout. This one will definitely go the distance. Friday on ESPN.
The Redskins are leading in Miami 13-7, backed up to their own 20. Tim Hasselbeck has come on for the injured Patrick Ramsey, and all he has done is hit 7 of 10 and thrown a touchdown pass, the first of his career. Candidate trying to use that speed, gets outside across the 30, gain of 11.
Tim Hasselbeck has done a really nice job of moving around in the pocket. Gets the ball out real quick. Slides around. Trunk Candidate comes up. Now, when he has to set in the pocket, makes the throws. Good little pump fake. Get the ball out of your hand quick. And that's a perfectly thrown ball for a touchdown to Lavernius Coles.
Well, Greasy, when he comes out, he has an 80-yard touchdown pass, and Hasselbeck is on the bench. So he spots him 80 yards. Hasselbeck now has more yards throwing than Greasy.
And Patrick Ramsey still looks like he's just not all there.
Just leave Patrick right where he is. This guy's doing fine.
Candidate on the draw, he will get a couple.
Oh, he felt like he had a lot more in him there. Just tripped over somebody's foot right at the line of scrimmage.
May have been Samuels, his left tackle.
Well, now what you're doing is now the play calling of Steve Spurrier has the defensive coordinator of the Dolphins, Jim Bates, a little bit unsettled. Do I come after him because they hit the big touchdown? So I'm not sure. Do I blitz linebackers to stop the run? Well, what happens if they put the ball down the field?
Simon is in at running back on 2nd and 8. Hasselbeck to throw. Simon, nice move to get away after the catch, and Simon to the 44-yard line. You know, Tim Hasselbeck was with the Eagles in preseason, and Andy Reid said this kid has talent. He's going to play for somebody.
Well, Zach Thomas that time misses the tackle. You don't see that very often. And watch Simon. He's going to stop. Back to the inside. Zach gets an arm on him. You're not going to bring him down with an arm. Get Zach moving one way. Simon comes back to the other way. That's another first down.
And, you know, as much as the Redskins throw the football, we've talked to Zach many times. He hates teams that throw the ball. He wants to get up there and mix it up with people.
Simon, another undrafted free agent. Here comes the blitz. Hasselbeck, flanker screen. And the Redskins calling the right plays at the right time. That one to Patrick Johnson. They go with a flanker screen on the blitz. That was really pretty.
This was a great call here because they catch Miami up on the line of scrimmage, and watch all of these guys pick up the blitz. Here come the blitzing guys, and they just zone block right in the middle. Almost get to Hasselbeck, but he gets the ball back out to the outside to Patrick Johnson. They pick up 9.
Sammy Knight just didn't stand a chance because Tim got the ball out of his hands so quickly.
2nd and less than a yard. Chad Morton comes in as the deep back. Hasselbeck calling an audible at the line of scrimmage. This has given the Redskins problems all year. Flea flicker. Hasselbeck. Too strong and dropped.
Patrick Surtain trips over his own feet. Oh, Patrick's got the ball coming to him. This was a mistake, and Sean Wooden, number 22, was back there.
And Sam Madison was the guy who banged into his own player and couldn't hold it.
Oh, my, they got a flea flicker going now. He just hangs this up for Gardner, and Sam Madison's running with him. He's trying to avoid Surtain and lets it go off his finger.
3 out of 6 on 3rd down for the Redskins, who have not been really good moving the chains on the ground, but they are this time.
You know what's amazing is they ran a flea flicker into a blitz and it worked. I mean, he threw the ball to the wrong guy, but they held off the blitz and run a flea flicker. That tells you how good the offensive line is blocking.
Normally speaking, in most offenses, play action passes are the best protection you can get because you force the linebackers to hesitate for a second, and it allows the backs to pick up. That time it worked out pretty well. Matter of fact, so far since Tim Hasselbeck has gone, and this is the best protection I've seen from this offensive line all year.
Sometimes the backup comes in and the linemen know they have to do just that much more. Morton inside the 20, inside the 10 to the 8-yard line. Finally brought down by Madison.
They are gash in the middle.
Oh, man, I'll tell you, you talk about blocking up in the middle of this offensive line. Watch the hole here for Morton. Boom, runs and gets back to the inside. There's just really nobody there. The linebackers are gone. They end up back with Sam Madison, number 29, who is a right corner making the tackle.
27-yard gain for Chad Morton. He has carried the ball 3 times for 42 yards. Sayal shows blitz and comes with another flanker screen to Johnson. This time the Dolphins are all over it.
Steve Spurrier has always been somewhat of a gunslinger when it comes to calling plays. He likes to spread it around. We've seen him on 2nd and short twice tonight go down the field with big plays. He's not bashful. Last week against Carolina and in previous games, he'll go for it on 4th and 2, backed up in his own end. It's hard to get a feel on where he's coming, but right now he's in a heck of a rhythm.
Now the Redskins will use a timeout facing a 2nd and long at the Miami 16-yard line. Hasselbeck doing a heck of a job coming in for the injured Ramsey.
It's December and holiday time, and ESPN will travel the globe to bring you the gift of sports. Spanish football is back on ESPN as the great clubs of the Spanish First Division compete at the highest level. The superstars of the NBA are in top flight, and ESPN has all the action. The rough-and-tumble world of Scottish football continues from the fields of Scotland. The NFL on ESPN wraps up the regular season, and the top clubs gear up for the playoffs, heading to Super Bowl 38. Dutch football continues with the best clubs in Holland. The great players of the PGA are in action. And the top prize of European football is on the line in the UEFA Champions League season, match day 6. Great action this December on ESPN, the worldwide leader in sports.
The San Antonio Spurs are your world champions.
The NBA on ESPN. Wednesday, a showcase of 2 Brazilian standouts. Barbosa of the Suns meets Nene of the Nuggets. Live Wednesday, the NBA on ESPN.
The Redskins with a 13-7 lead, driving for more against a Dolphin defense that leads the NFL in points against. Only 14.7 points a game. They're also best in the NFL against the rushing attack. Only 3.1 a carry. And right now, the Redskins ignoring those statistics. Blitz coming. Hasselbeck. Inside the 15, 10, slides to the 5.
Now that's something that a quarterback has to do from time to time. You've got to take off and run. But what I really like about Tim Hasselbeck is there's no hesitation. When you get closer to the goal line, you've got to be decisive. He goes back. Nice job by Trump Candidate coming up and making the block. There he goes down and slides to pick up the first down.
All right, now you're talking about blocking. You got John Jansen, 76 on a Goonlier right here. Watch this. The Prince hit him in the mouth. But he stayed with him. Hasselbeck picks up the first down. They're at the 5.
Great scramble by Hasselbeck. Morton. Horst Collard may have lost a yard. We have seen this so many times. Obviously, Patrick Ramsey has great talent. He has a brilliant future in this league. But Hasselbeck is getting an audition tonight. If he can't play in the future for the Redskins, he's showing he's going to be able to play for somebody in the NFL.
Oh, he'll play for the Redskins.
There's a flag on the field, and there's also Chris Samuels, number 60, the left tackle, is on the field.
And they are already missing a couple of starters on that offensive line, and now a flag against the defense.
Unnecessary roughness.
Well, this was away from the play.
Samuels, a Pro Bowler the last 2 years out of Alabama, their first-round draft choice in 2000. They can ill afford to lose him. Dave Fiore already on the injured reserve list with a knee injury. Larry Moore, who had been the center, is down tonight. And Samuels in obvious distress. Here's Johnny Greer.
No, it's not, Mike.
No. Well, there is Johnny Greer, but he's just not saying anything.
Well, he is, but he's not talking to us. Junior Seau, Dave Wanstead has talked about just how important he's been to the attitude of this ball club.
Number 60 is the left tackler, Samuels. Just see what happens to him. Ooh, it just looked like his right leg collapsed. Now, here's the penalty. on T-Buck.
Well, he and Patrick Johnson both have their hands jammed in each other's face mask. I don't know how you can only call one penalty.
Well, because they caught him last.
That's right.
They were doing it for 10 seconds.
Last one to poke it in the eye. Last guy to get poked in the eye is the guy that winds up getting a penalty in his favor.
Brandon Winey, a first-year player out of LSU, a free agent, gets to come in and try to block Jason Taylor, the all-pro defensive end. And they don't get the snap off before the 2-minute warning. In front of a stunned crowd in Miami, the Redskins with a 6-point lead.
Guilty even of innocence seems to be the message of UEFA in the case of yellow cards. Take the case of Christian Daly of Scotland. Going into the game against Holland, Daly was on the bubble. One more yellow and he misses the return leg. The noise in Hampden Park for the game was ear-splitting as over 50,000 Scottish supporters willed on the local heroes. In the second half, after a foul, the referee's whistle calls a halt to the game. Daly of Scotland did not hear the whistle and proceeded to play the ball. This action cost him a yellow card. Fair enough, you say, but then the Norwegian referee said he made a mistake, that he believed Daly did not hear the whistle. The referee cannot rescind the yellow card, so now it stands. UEFA says the only way a yellow card can be wiped out is if it was given to the wrong player. I say it's time that they change this rule. After all, referees entitled to a mistake, so why punish everybody? That's what's in the Owl Onion Bag this week, and I'm Tommy Smith with a Y. Coming up at the Kia halftime show, Chris Berman with the fastest 3 minutes in television. His halftime heroes are Sunday Stud Update and LeVar Arrington Wired. All that coming up on the Kia halftime show. The current drive has gone 77 yards behind Tim Hasselbeck. This will be the 11th play of the drive coming. They've reached the Miami 3. 2 minutes to go in the half. Run candidate running hesitantly for maybe a yard.
This is really what the Redskins lack, is a hammer in short yardage situations. Rock Cartwright is down with a bad ankle. Liddell Betts, another big back for them, not active tonight. They've really got Chad Morton, Trunk Candidate, two guys that are quicker than they are more powerful. So I think if you're going to do something down here, maybe some play action would be for Tim Hasselbeck the right situation.
Second and goal. Candidate cuts it back. Touchdown.
That was easy. That was easy.
Take your speed outside.
The first rushing touchdown for the Redskins in 7 games.
They're playing like a very inspired football team. Watch this. Pitch it out to the right side. Caught the Dolphins with everybody trying to come in. Zach Thomas gets cut down, and Trunk Candidate's just got an easy road to the touchdown.
Boy, they have some blocking on the outside. John Jansen, Randy Thomas. I mean, they just blocked so beautifully outside. That was an easy cutback.
Steve Spurrier has taken so much grief for his play calling. Let's give him some credit for this. The play calling in this first half has been absolutely brilliant for the Washington Redskins. And they're up 20-7. Monday Night Countdown at 7:30 Eastern on ESPN. The best place to get ready for Monday Night Football. Then on ABC at 9, the Monday Night game. Tiki Barber and the Giants against Warren Sapp and the Bucks.
You know what I really... really loved about Spurrier talking to him yesterday. Joe asked him, he says, what are you going to do against this defense? He said, well, we're going to do a little bit of this, a little bit of that.
And you know what? He's done it.
They're doing a little bit of this.
He's done it. Run a little bit of run, a little bit of pass. I mean, it's been a real nice balance for them. Right now, the Dolphins have to look at this possession as a season because New England won today. They catch a break with Denver losing. They have got to keep pace, as far as I'm concerned, for an AFC wildcard berth in the AFC if they want to stay alive with this tonight. This drive, if they can take a 2-minute drive or a 1-24-second drive, get some points on the board, it'll get them feeling better going into the locker room.
Washington is one of only 2 NFL teams that have not allowed a single point in the last 2 minutes of either half.
Well, as Dolphins have 3 timeouts in 1:24, they got to go up top.
Tim Hasselbeck was just talking to Patrick Ramsey. I don't think Patrick heard him.
I think you're right.
I think Patrick's having a conversation inside his head right now with somebody else.
Travis Minor will let this one bounce into the end zone. Will take it there. Ricky Williams and LeVar Arrington facing each other tonight in a regular season game for the first time ever, and LeVar is wired.
Hey, boy. You know that. You know we're here. You know we're here tonight. Come on, Rickies. Yeah. Hey, fix that helmet, Rick. Fix that helmet. I see you, Trot. All day long, Ricky. I see you, Trot. With the real Ricky Twin stand up.
Whoa.
With the real Ricky.
He's talking a little smack, huh?
In your face. Brian Griese starts from his own 20. Good protection, sidearms it to Ricky Williams. And gets out of bounds to 26 to stop the clock with 1:17 to go.
That's Ricky's 35th reception. He has been a big part of this pass offense, but if they want to really get some points on the board, they're going to have to start including their wide receivers.
I'll tell you one thing, right? This guy, Ricky Williams, he does not back down. Now, you're not going to intimidate him, and I don't care how many times you hit him or what you say to him.
And he gets stronger as the game goes on. Chambers and Thompson both with no catches tonight. They're wide receivers.
Here comes the blitz. Harrington coming. This pass completed up to the 34. McKnight, who caught the 80-yarder, grabs that one.
You got 3 timeouts. Take one of them.
That's okay.
Now the officials will stop the clock.
They want to see if it's a catch. They're going upstairs.
We will review the play as called on the field.
Well, that saves them taking a timeout.
Under 2 minutes, the coaches cannot challenge. It's up to the replay official upstairs, and he used that prerogative.
Now, what you want to do if you're Brian Griese, because the clock would start again once they mark the ball ready for play after Johnny Greer's done with his business, is you call the play in the huddle, you get everybody up to the line of scrimmage, and you get ready to snap the ball as quickly as it's marked ready for play. You don't lollygag around in a huddle. You get up to the line of scrimmage, save yourself 5 or 6 seconds.
Pass was completed pass.
Thank you, John.
That was quick.
Johnny Greer manages a game as well as anybody who has ever done that official's job.
Right, is this a catch? Is that a catch? That ball hits the ground.
But he still has possession of it, I think. I don't think it moved around.
I think it can touch the ground as long as he has control. And the question is, did he have control?
I think so. What do you think, Paul?
I don't think so.
Uh-oh.
I get the tiebreaker again. What a shock.
What do you think, Mick?
I think he did. I don't think you can overturn it because the call on the field was a catch.
Very good, Michael.
There you go, Michael. See, you're learning the rule. Here it is.
Now see if the ball moves.
Watch the nose of the ball.
Okay, he's got it.
Got the ball.
Hits the ground. But it doesn't.
The ball is moving, and they say if the ball is moving, the ball is on the ground.
No, I think it's a catch.
But you know what?
Well, 2-1.
I like the fact.
2-1, we win again.
I like the fact that you're convicted to your disbelief. What did he say?
But we don't get the final vote, do we?
Do you know what? Did you have any idea what he just said?
I try to ignore it.
After reviewing the play stance is called on the field. We have a completed catch.
As usual, Joe and I are right.
Thank you, Mike. Good try, Paulo.
Hey, I was close. Came in second.
That's not real good on yes or no's. It is a first down for Miami at its own 34. 56 seconds to go. They could use something to give them a lift here. Greasy scrambling out of the pocket. He'll take off across the 40 to the 42.
I want to tell you
and
something.
was hit out of bounds. Not very hard, but he was touched.
I want to tell you something. I have a problem with what they did on that particular play. It took them 10 seconds to snap the football after it was marked for play. 10 seconds it took them.
And they still have 3 timeouts. LeVar Arrington coming from the outside. Look at him moving down the line of scrimmage. You know, when we talked to him, look at it. He went after Greasy. LeVar Arrington says, I have it all. I can rush the passer. I can play run. And I can cover. I do it all.
And he's right.
Here he comes again.
Greasy to Williams. He wants to get out of bounds and does the 47-yard line.
See, I think now what you can do is Brian Greasy has run to the sidelines. Ricky Williams has run a couple times. You now have this Redskin defense stretched sideline to sideline. You have 3 timeouts. Now you can throw the football in the middle of the field. You try and get a Rondé Gadsden, who's been activated and is now back on this roster. You try and get Darius Thompson, or you try and get Chris Chambers into the middle of the field.
Greasy now 5 out of 7, 109 yards passing. Steps up under pressure, throws on the run, hits another one down to the 38-yard line. That one's caught by Darius Thompson, the former Redskin, and a timeout for Miami.
Do you know that Greasy went to Johnny Greer 5 seconds ago and said timeout? Well, Johnny Greer was waiting for the play to stop.
While we have a second, let's check in with Chris Berman. Boomer, what do you have?
All right, Michael, thank you. At halftime, the fastest 3 minutes, we need a fastest 3 hours to show you the overtime games like the ones between the Ravens and Seahawks, the Patriots and the Houston Texans, and St. Louis and Arizona. Our halftime heroes, plenty of them from that Baltimore-Seattle game. We're chock full of stuff.
All right, Chris, you watch the scores come in and you just wonder what's going on.
How about Dave McGinnis with the Arizona Cardinals? I mean, I think St. Louis is one of the best teams in the NFC. They take them right down to the wire again, have a chance to beat them. New England just continues to work magic. And the Baltimore Ravens, Brian Billick gets his guys to score 44 points.
If there was ever an impossible comeback, it was that game.
That one's up there with the Indianapolis-Tampa game earlier this year.
Greasy driving his team down the field. More pressure, throws outside, incomplete as Chambers turned inside and Greasy threw outside.
Well, I'll tell you, you're right, Joseph. He had McKnight in the middle of the field, number 80, and all he had to do is, I mean, you've got people firing at you, but you still have 25 seconds to go. They have not used any of their timeout. One of them, one timeout. They got 2 left. They still have a chance to throw the ball in the middle. They've got to come away with at least 3 points in this drive.
Well, from here it would be a 55-yard field goal try. Murray certainly has the leg for that, and he has the wind at his back. Pressure again. Greasy steps up, throws on the run, and it's dropped. McKnight should have made that catch at the 25.
In the middle, and Bruce Smith again with pressure on Greasy. He's trying to set the record tonight. You've got it tied. Bruce Smith, number 78, coming on the outside. Well, he was really
barely
untouched.
touched.
He wasn't even touched. They got knocked off on the inside. Wade Smith got knocked off.
You're not gonna stop Bruce Smith with one little wave of the hand. See, Brian Greasy doesn't move outside the pocket like Jay Fiedler, so it's a different kind of quarterback for the Dolphins.
3rd and 10, Redskins show blitz. They come with 4. Greasy out in the flat. This will get it down to about the 33-yard line.
That's about the 4th time I've seen somebody slip with the Miami Dolphins. Right. I think they have to go in at halftime and find some cleats that work. We've seen Jason Taylor slip. We've seen Brock Marion try and slip on the Chad Morton run.
And that was McMichael.
Now McMichael goes down. I mean, they're just slipping and sliding on this turf.
Murray, who is suffering through the worst season of his career, only 12 out of 18. Still number 4 all-time in accuracy.
And everything that he kicks is like a slight fade, just like your golf tee shot, Paulo. Goes a little bit right.
Mine doesn't, not anymore.
Oh, well,
I don't even get off the tee anymore.
His does.
This will be a 51-yard try for Olindo Mare to make it a 10-point game out of the hold of Matt Turk. The baseball infield portion of this stadium now covered up with baseball season over. Mate drills this one right down the middle. Plenty of distance. And the Dolphins get a boost with 7 seconds to go in the half. And a nice job by Brian Griese to get his team in position to get that 3 points. Mate missed earlier in overtime in Week 6 against New England, a kick that would have won the ball game. And then Tom Brady connected with Troy Brown to give the Patriots an improbable 19-13 win. And entering tonight, Mare had missed 6 field goals this year, 5 of them coming at home. And that was such a huge game and a huge turnaround because of the potential tiebreakers.
Well, keep in mind that by losing to New England, they played the 3 divisional opponents early in the year, Jets, Buffalo, and New England. They'll get all 3 of them now in the remaining 5 games of the season. So it would have given them a leg up, would have given them better standing in the wild card race, would have put them closer to New England. All those things were a product of that one game, but that doesn't matter anymore. What are they doing tonight down by 10 points is what's important.
And that's what they'll be wondering about in the locker room.
And they're not going to get the football to start the second half.
Mate to kick. And booms it to the very back of the end zone. The story of the first half, undoubtedly. Backup quarterback Tim Hasselbeck, who had thrown 3 passes in his career a couple of weeks ago. He's gone 11 for 14 tonight as Patrick Ramsey hurt early in the ballgame. Hasselbeck has come off the bench after being here for only a month trying to learn this system, and he has been absolutely spectacular. That was his first career touchdown pass.
I think he's got the system down pretty good.
Sure seems like it. He knows how to kneel down and take a 20-10 lead to the locker room, which is exactly what the Redskins are going to do to a scattering of boos here in Miami. Let's go to Susie.
What's the plan for your quarterbacks in the second half?
Patrick's still banged up a little bit, and obviously Tim's playing well, so Tim's set to go, and if he gets banged up, hopefully Patrick will be ready by then.
What's most impressed you about Tim?
He's finding open guys. He's throwing underneath. He ran around a little bit, throws a very catchable ball, and we've pass blocked better for him, it seems like.
Thanks, Coach.
Redskins with a 20-10 lead here in Miami. Now let's join Chris Berman for the Kia halftime show.
Thank you very much. All right, yeah, sure. We knew Hasselbeck would lead the Skins to a 10-point lead. Just when you think you know something, you know nothing at all. Well, if you were to say Week 12, the Sunday before Thanksgiving, that the biggest game on the card was going to be Carolina at Dallas, you could have gotten long odds last summer. But 8-2 at 7-3, that's what we have as we start our fastest 3 minutes. And that was the game of the day in the NFC. And a little trickery from Bill Parcells and the Cowboys. Richie Anderson, the pitch to Avion Cason. Casons keep rolling along 24-20. Cowboys beat Carolina. Brian Westbrook is emerging as the Philadelphia Eagles have now won 6 in a row. They beat the Saints 33-20. Wildest game of the day. More on this in a moment. Matt Hasselbeck, 5 touchdown passes for Seattle. This to Darrell Jackson. And the Seahawks led by 17 over the Baltimore Ravens. But the comeback began with under 7 to go with Ed Reed blocking the Tom Ruin punt. It began the ruinous day for Seattle. And then when Hasselbeck is stopped on a 4th and short with less than a minute to go, Matt Stover tied it. Matt Stover won it 42 yards, 44-41 Ravens in OT. Also OT. Arizona, Jeff Blake to Anquan Bolden. What kind of season is this rookie having? And they took the Rams to overtime, did Arizona, but from 49, good. Jeff Wilkins. St. Louis now has a game lead over the Seahawks. They win 30-27. Brett Favre was picked off 3 times. But shades of the old, he always beats the 49ers. Favre to Javon Walker. Packers at Lambeau beat San Francisco 20-10. The Vikings had dropped 4 in a row, but 2 picks in the final 2.5 minutes for touchdowns. This one by Corey Chavis, and the Vikes are now 7-4. They win 24-14. Overtime between Patriots and Texans because Tom Brady, under a minute to go, all he does is win. Daniel Graham for the tire,
Adam Vinatieri for the winner in OT. New England's won 7 straight. Peyton Manning, the hand to a tough run by Edgerrin James. 2 late scores for the Colts. They beat the Bills 17-14. They're 9-2. Falling way behind Atlanta was Tennessee. McNair hurt Billy Volek and Justin McCarron. Titans 9-2. They win 38-31. Rick Meyer, the first touchdown of the season for Jerry Rice. Here they go, and the Raiders making a game of it with the Chiefs. However, Morton Anderson, after Trent Green gets a big pass on 4th and 14 to Mark Bollrichter. Anderson from 35 wins it for the Chiefs. They're 10-1, 27-24. Cordell Stewart, starred in college at Colorado, comes in relief for the Bears as they shock the Broncos 19-10. John Kitna to Chad Johnson. What? 3 times in the first half. The Bengals 33 first downs. They win 34-27 at San Diego. The Pittsburgh Steelers on the goal line were rough. They stopped Dennis Northcutt at Cleveland on 4 straight possessions there. And then Kelly Holcomb's pass picked up by Brent Alexander. Pittsburgh wins in Cleveland 13-6. Chad Pennington, Santana Moss caps off a 95-yard drive in the final minutes of the game. Jets beat the Jags 13-10.
This halftime show is presented by Kia Motors. Kia, make every mile count.
Our halftime heroes coming up, plenty of the Baltimore-Seattle game like Marcus Kukukachu, Mr. Robinson, and Chad Johnson. He guarantees and he delivers.
Action every day is ESPN, the worldwide leader in sports.
This week on ESPN, Spanish football on ESPN continues on Sunday as Villarreal takes on Barcelona. Monday, we preview X Games 9 from Los Angeles. Then later, see how a legendary story came to life on Seabiscuit, the making of the movie. And Tuesday, let the madness begin. Day 1 of X Games 9 from LA. Sports all day, every day on ESPN this week.
Welcome back to the Kia Halftime Show with your host, Chris Berman.
20-10, the Redskins surprising the Dolphins thus far at half. Will go down to South Florida shortly. Well, this ties in. Look, the AFC, we know they have the heavy metal of the NFL thus far this year. Kansas City's now 10-1. Tennessee is 9-2. Indy is 9-2. New England's 9-2. But look, Denver lost. Miami is losing. And what that might mean, if all these teams are at 6-5, the always humorous AFC North could have 2 playoff teams. It could happen. And we focus on that division for my halftime heroes. What a wild game the 6-5 Baltimore Ravens played against Seattle. It was 3-3. With under a minute to go in the first half. But remember Marcus Robinson, those leaping catches he made a few years ago for the Chicago Bears? Marcus Kukukachu, Mr. Robinson, caught 4 touchdown passes from Anthony Wright in the Ravens' wild 44-41 win in overtime, in which the NFL unofficially admits there may have been a big-time mistake, an extra timeout, and or 30 extra seconds given to the Baltimore Ravens. But Matt Hasselbeck, before all that happened, threw 5 touchdown passes. Darrell Jackson, Bobby Ingram, Corin Robinson, then Darrell Jackson. On the long one, then Bobby Ingram. Those 5 touchdown passes, not enough, as the Seahawks lose on the road. And what about the Bengals' Chad Johnson?
Want to be the best.
That was his interview this morning with Tom Jackson. And you know what? Great look at the footwork. 3 first-half touchdown passes from John Kitna. And how about this against Shamar Davis? He's going to convert him. What? He's in the end zone. And Chad Johnson now has caught 65 for almost 1,008 touchdowns. When the Vikings won their first 6 games of the year, they had 16 interceptions. They lost 5 in a row. So what do they do? 4 picks, 2 for touchdowns on this day. That was Corey Chavis. This is Brian Williams. So 2 interceptions of the Lions. Joey Harrington within 20 seconds seals their 24-14 win. Getting back to what they're doing is what the Vikings gets them back on the winning track. LeVar Arrington mic'd up. More coming up. Skins by 10.
It's December and holiday time, and ESPN will travel the globe to bring you the gift of sports. Spanish football is back on ESPN as the great clubs of the Spanish First Division compete at the highest level. The superstars of the NBA are in top flight, and ESPN has all the action. The rough and tumble world of Scottish football continues from the fields of Scotland. The NFL on ESPN wraps up the regular season, and the top clubs gear up for the playoffs, heading to Super Bowl 38. Dutch football continues with the best clubs in Holland. The great players of the PGA are in action. And the top prize of European football is on the line in the UEFA Champions League season, match day 6. Great action this December on ESPN, the worldwide leader in sports.
This halftime show is presented by Kia Motors. Kia, make every mile count.
I know it's early, but a Thanksgiving feast for your college hoop fans. Number 3, Michigan State, Tom Izzo going into Kansas with the new coach, Bill Self. Number 3 and number 5, Tuesday night at 9 Eastern Time. President's Cup golf. It was amazing. The two teams tied. Tiger Woods and Ernie Els, the best 2 players in the world, go toe-to-toe in sudden death. They tie after 3 holes, and after long discussions between the captains, Jack Nicklaus and Gary Player, it's decided a draw. Both teams get the cup. They're going to have to make another one, but the international team and the Americans share the President's Cup. Championship game in the MLS. Landon Donovan, he is just superb. He had a pair of goals for the San Jose Earthquakes as they win the MLS Championship, beating the Chicago Fire 4-2. You've been voting online for our Sunday stud. And Matt Hasselbeck with 5 touchdown passes, albeit in a loss. And Anthony Wright in Baltimore, you saw the 4 that he threw to Robinson. So those 2 guys getting almost all the votes as well, you can understand. And in this game, LeVar Arrington and the Redskins up by 10. Here he is, Wired.
Hey, we riding down together, baby. We riding down together. No, let's go. Let's go, boy. We in Miami. Let's go. You gonna go? Oh, that's, hey, you're a warrior, dog. Can the real All-Pro stand up, please? You the man, Rick. Jump up quick, baby. All day long, Ricky. I see you, Trent. With the real rookie, please stand up. That's the way you get that done, baby. That's the way you get that done, boy. Yeah, hey. That's what's up, man. Hey, that's real, boy. Oh, Lord. Yeah.
And you see LeVar hugging Bruce Smith, one of the greatest ever to play, and now he has tied Reggie White for the all-time sack record. The Skins smelling an upset.
ESPN salutes the South African PGA team of Trevor Immelman and Rory Sabatini for their thrilling victory at the PGA World Cup. It was a convincing win as they cruised to a 4-shot victory, besting teams from Britain, France, and the United States. Standing in for Ernie Els and Retief Goosen, the young pair made the country of South Africa very proud. Congratulations, Trevor Immelman and Rory Sabatini, ESPN's Athletes of the Week.
Hi there, my name is Derek Ray, and here on Press Pass, it's all about non-stop football controversy.
So things are always happening in football. You want someone to make sense of it? I'll give you the truth.
Don't listen to those guys. They know nothing about football. One of these weeks, I'm going to strangle Eddie. Maybe I'll just give him the hoop.
Don't listen to Tommy. We'll give you all the issues when we discuss football week after week.
Well, it's never dull when Eddie and Tommy are around. Join us for Press Pass every week, right here on ESPN.
There you go, Diaz.
There's great golf action coming in December to ESPN, the worldwide leader in sports.
The matchups are set and the rivalries are real. Mirror versus Bestwick. Burnquist versus Lasek. Metzger versus Pastrana. X Games 9, Tuesday, only on ESPN.
It's been the Redskins dominating first half. Bruce Smith gets a half sack to tie Reggie White on the all-time list at number 1 with 198. But the real story has been the emergence of Tim Hasselbeck, the backup quarterback for the Redskins, who has led his club to a 20-10 halftime lead. A young man who had only thrown 3 passes in his brief NFL regular season career. So we look ahead to the second half with the Redskins leading 20-10 for the Miami Dolphins. What is your game plan? What do you do on offense? You stay conservative or what, Paul?
I don't think you stay conservative, Mike. I'll take the Dolphins here because he's fighting you over the Redskins. I
could have sworn I said what, Paul?
I know, but I'm going there. I think what you do is you do what you did in the first half. I think you run Ricky. You don't take him out of the game, but you've got to get the ball down the field to your wide receivers. Give Chris Chambers and Darius Thompson a chance to make some plays. James McKnight again.
Chad Morton will return the kickoff here in the third quarter, and Morton wrapped up inside the 20. Moments ago, Susie caught up with Dave Wanstead.
Dave, an uncharacteristic night for your defense. How much more difficult is it to play against an unknown quantity like Tim Hasselbeck?
Well, you know, what they're doing on offense is nothing that, you know, if you draw it up, we haven't seen before. I mean, they're just, we had some bad field position early on, and then we give up a cheap touchdown. I mean, they had us off balance a little bit, you know, with the run and the pass, and we just got to come up and make a couple plays on defense. You know, we haven't come up with the interception, and we haven't come up with the big sack, which we generally have. We need to get out here, and we need to get back to basics. I mean, it's going to be blocking and tackling, and that's what we're not doing a good enough job of.
Thanks, Coach.
Paul, let me ask you about the Redskins. What do you do in the second half? Just keep trying to do the same thing?
Can I do this, Joe? Okay. Yeah. He's not going to. I don't think Spurrier's going to pull the reins in on this guy. You got to let him just play the way he played the first half. If anything, I would think that Spurrier's going to let this guy throw the ball more downfield than he did in the first half.
From the 20-yard line. Hasselbeck out in the flat and just off the fingertips of Darnarian McCants. Hasselbeck, who has been with his team for a month, most of his background is in the short passing area, which the Redskins don't run, although they have tonight. He's 11 out of 15, 106 yards and a touchdown, and has scrambled effectively twice.
And the thing about him is, though, and we saw him yesterday, he is very, very calm.
3rd and 9. Blitz coming. The draw play goes to Chad Morton, and Morton brought down shy of the 25 by Junior Seau. Good hustle play on the veterans' part.
That's exactly what you look for from your defense to start the second half. The defense has been the spark plug of the Miami Dolphins all year. They've done their job. Now the Dolphin offense should get reasonably good field position. They're going to have to do something with it to turn momentum in their favor in this game.
Parker will kick to Simmons, who waits back at his own 30-yard line. Low line drive kick. Simmons from the 36. And stoned as he got to the 48-yard line. Lamar Marshall down to make the tackle. Now it's up to Brian Griese, down by 10, third quarter.
Great moment in world football.
Drogba with a shot, and Drogba has come out big. Marseille leads. Quick shot. Roberto Carlos. 1-1. Let it across. He won't miss there. Ronaldo.
Goal ESPN, your connection to the best.
Ronaldo second.
ESPN's full coverage of the UEFA Champions League marches on with Group Stage 1, Match Day 5. The famed Stadio Giuseppe Meazza will be rocking and rolling when Inter Milan storms out to hit the pitch against the Gunners of Arsenal. Monaco has been one of the surprise clubs of the year, and they take their high-powered attack on the road to face Dutch club PSV. The UEFA Champions League on ESPN by invitation only.
This telecast is copyrighted by the NFL for the private use of our audience. Any other use of this telecast or of any pictures, descriptions, or accounts of the game without the NFL's consent is prohibited.
ESPN Sunday Night Football brought to you by Southwest Airlines. Friendly nonstop service all across the country. Southwest Airlines, a symbol of freedom. Guinness Draft Stout, enjoyed responsibly the world over. And Porsche. Porsche, there is no substitute.
Aerial views tonight courtesy of the Goodyear Tire and Rubber Company with us Goodyear's blimp stars and stripes, and at the controls Captain Dan Thomas from Pompano Beach. Dolphins first and 10, own 48-yard line, down 20 to 10. And Arrington got a quick start. This was knocked away from Conrad as Ronaldo Wynn drops out in coverage.
You're going to have two flags on this play. One's going to be pass interference also. LeVar Harrington is offside, but this guy said to us there are egos at stake tonight because of all of the all-pro linebackers. LeVar Harrington, you think he isn't possessed? Look at this guy. He's after Ricky Williams. Gets him there. Gets him there. Watch this movement back to the other side. Gets him. I'll tell you what. That was Travis Minor, the last guy hit. But this guy is all over the field. He just, I mean, one thing he said to us yesterday, which is all players should have, and that's heart. He says, I play with heart.
Williams off the right side, stuffed as he got one to the Redskins' 46-yard line. Well, things started off very well for the Miami Dolphins. Couldn't have been any better. 3 plays, 88 yards, and a touchdown. Then, yikes, nothing until that last drive in the 2-minute drill that resulted in a field goal. Second and 4, blitz coming. Williams takes it outside, cuts back. 40, 37-yard line for Ricky Williams, and a first down Dolphins.
Boy, Rob Conrad got a great block, Joe, on LeVar Arrington. He saw him come up, and Rob Conrad just takes him on. Look at number 44. Bam! They hit there. Here he comes again. He takes LeVar Arrington, just runs him out of the hole. Ricky Williams cuts back inside and picks up the first down.
Hey, Norv Turner, the offensive coordinator of the Dolphins, is just calling his game. He realizes it's still a close game, and Ricky Williams is his guy that has to keep this offense moving.
Greasy, nice play fake. Still looking for somewhere to go. Gets away from Wynn and dives for a couple of yards inside the 35-yard line.
See, just like we saw Tim Hasselbeck down around the goal line do that with for the Redskins, these are the kind of things that Brian Greasy has to do more. That's what they miss when Jay Fiedler's not a part of this offense. Jay Fiedler, for example, has had 18 carries this year for 70 yards. Brian Greasy has had 3 carries for 4 yards up until that particular play. It's important that a quarterback move around, make plays with his legs.
Oronde Gadsden, number 86, has checked into the ballgame, signed this week. He hasn't played in a regular season game in over a year. He is an excellent receiver. He's not going to beat too many people deep most of the time, but he has wonderful hands and is a big target.
Lionel Dalton on the tackle that time, the big guy in the middle. The Redskins' defensive front, Pepe Zellner was added late, Darrell Russell was added late, Lionel Dalton was added late. I mean, they've had somewhat of a shuffle on the inside all year.
There's only 2 guys out of 9 defensive linemen that have been here more than 10 games in a Redskin uniform. They lost Dan Wilkinson and Darrell Gardner, who were the tackles a year ago. Blitz coming, Greasy throws. And it's complete down to the 25-yard line to Oronde Gadsden, who gets a tremendous hand.
You know, when you just talked about him with great hands. Now, here is a guy that will go inside and catch the ball. He's a big target. He's got excellent concentration on the ball, and that pass by Greasy had to be perfect.
The only reason he's able to get this off is watch the pickup of Ricky Williams, number 34. You saw him on the left side of your screen on the block. Ricky Williams does a terrific job.
Boy, and Champ Bailey was right there at the moment the ball got there, but couldn't prevent Gadsden from making the catch.
You know you're going to get hit, so you might as well catch it anyway.
Play action again by Greasy, going for the end zone. And this one's picked off by Bauman. Rashad Bauman, with his second pick of the season, snuffs out the drive on a pass that was underthrown.
Boy, he was in Chris Chambers' hip pocket all the way across the field. The play action fake comes. Rashad Bauman just jumps in and snatches it out of the air.
Hi there, my name is Derek Ray, and here on Press Pass, it's all about non-stop football controversy.
So things are always happening in football. You want someone to make sense of it? I'll give you the truth.
Don't listen to those guys. They know nothing about football. One of these weeks, I'm going to strangle Eddie. Maybe I'll just give him the hook.
Don't listen to Tommy. We'll give you all the issues when we discuss football week after week.
Well, it's never dull when Eddie and Tommy are around. Join us for Press Pass every week, right here on ESPN.
To the shindig, chop chop, he says I'm gonna win big. Choose not a life of imitation, distant us into the reservation. Well, I love the trains, I hope to be part of the wave. Can't stop, come and tell me when it's time to.
Dave Wannstedt and his quarterback Brian Greasy on the sideline as Greasy threw a little bit behind Chambers, and the ball was intercepted after a good drive. But that first drive is still the one they're thinking about. Redskins take over at the 3, grow to the ground game. Absolutely nothing there.
Brian Greasy tries a little play action fake on that last series. You see it. They're lined up in a slot to the left side. That's Rashad Bauman. You're going to see Chris Chambers just go across the field. Doesn't really help out the quarterback much with the move. And there's the ball going down the field that Bauman just jumps. Should be a clear out. Bauman just hangs in. You got to give credit to the defense every now and then. That was a heck of a defensive play on a trailer.
Trunk Canada has run the ball 14 times tonight, 11 of them for 1 or 2 yards. This one he breaks to the outside. Steps out of bounds across the 20. It's a first down.
Well, this is what happens when you get your whole defense and they're on the goal line and you got a brand new quarterback in there. You figure he's not going to throw, so we're going to jam everything in the middle. And what happens is they let Trunk Canada bounce it back to the outside. This is all Trunk Canada. Watch this. Boom, back to the outside. Zach Thomas misses. Nobody is out there. Sam Madison, number 29, is a corner. He's responsible for turning that thing back to the inside. He doesn't do that. Trunk Kennedy picks up a first down.
Now Steve Spurrier can open up his offense a little bit throwing the ball.
Blitz coming. Flanker screen to Coles. Gets a block and gets up to the 28-yard line.
Lavernius Coles is one of the guys that was added in the offseason by Daniel Snyder. They went out and got Randy Thomas at the right guard, Coles at the flanker, Trunk Candidate at halfback, and Chad Morton at halfback. And on this one, you see Coles just jump inside. This is the third quick screen they've run tonight. One of those 4 free agent additions to the offense. It's interesting. Miami adds 4 guys all on defense. Washington adds 4 guys. Of course, this one here with 59 receptions, all on offense.
That's the personality of the coaches reflected in that. Candidate on the delay. Up near the 34. Let's go to Susie.
Well, Mike, Lavernius Cole got off to such a hot start this season and then cooled. But while a lot of top receivers in the league make waves asking for the ball, he's told me before the game his role is to be there for the coaches, field the tough questions about what's been wrong with the offense. He says he's got their back. His role is to stay positive, no complaining, no whiling. Last month, he was actually critical of himself, went to the coaches and said, I know I can play better. The quarterbacks call him their pit bull.
Well, that's a pleasant change, isn't it?
Well, you know what? He has brought toughness to this offense. One little receiver brought toughness.
Candidate again to the 41-yard line. Trung Candidate was a first-round draft choice of the St. Louis Rams, and Mike Martz, I'll never forget the story. He said he hand-timed him in 4.2, and it just took his breath away. But Trung Candidate had multiple opportunities in St. Louis and eventually was demoted to third-string running back, then was available to the Redskins in a draft, and in a trade, rather.
Martz wanted him because he likes speed, and he felt like on that surface, Trung Candidate could be the guy in case something would happen to Marshall.
2nd and 3. Morton comes in, tries to turn it outside, does turn the corner, and has the first down.
You know, speed can bury you. I'm going to tell you right now. Sam Madison found out what speed is. Chad Morton just runs. Look at Sam Madison. He's right. Yeah, nice play. He just, watch this. You want to see what speed does? What speed? Speed. Outside. First down.
One thing I've always noticed about the Miami Dolphin defense, when you get Zach Thomas blocked and he can't go sideline to sideline, people run the football against him. The Redskins are doing an excellent job of blocking number 54 all night.
First down, Washington. And Hasselbeck has to use a timeout. The Redskins leading in Miami 20-10, third quarter.
Montana Dotson of the Green Bay Packers considers himself an average man. He is 6'5", 290 pounds. Average.
Your thigh is big.
His neck is 21 inches around. Again, average.
You got some big feet.
And like many of his teammates, Santana supports the United Way through neighborhood programs in his community. You'd be surprised what an average man can do.
Hello there. Guilty even of innocence seems to be the message of UEFA in the case of yellow cards. Take the case of Christian Daly of Scotland. Going into the game against Holland, Daly was on the bubble. One more yellow and he misses the return leg. The noise in Hampden Park for the game was ear-splitting as over 50,000 Scottish supporters willed on the local heroes. In the second half, after a foul, the referee's whistle calls a halt to the game. Daly of Scotland did not hear the whistle and proceeded to play the ball. This action cost him a yellow card. Fair enough, you say, but then the Norwegian referee said he made a mistake, that he believed Daly did not hear the whistle. The referee cannot rescind the yellow card, so now it stands. UEFA says the only way a yellow card can be wiped out is if it's given to the wrong player. I say it's time that they change this rule. After all, referees entitled to a mistake, so why punish everybody? That's within the Owl Onion Bag this week, and I'm Tommy Smith with a Y.
The NBA on ESPN. Wednesday, a showcase of two Brazilian standouts. Barbosa of the Suns meets Nene of the Nuggets. Live Wednesday, the NBA on ESPN.
If you joined us late, the Washington Redskins throwing a surprise to the Miami Dolphins. And they couldn't be more surprised by seeing Tim Hasselbeck in a quarterback. Both backups playing tonight. Greasy, the scheduled starter, because Fiedler is not yet 100% healthy. Hasselbeck comes in because Patrick Ramsey was hurt early. Morton caught by Junior Seau.
See, now that's what the Miami Dolphins have to do, is they have to get their linebackers involved in blitzes.
You better block this guy, folks. Number 55, Junior Seau. Now, you know, when you see this guy come across, this is experience. Guys will run by. Junior Seau, with his experience, first he checks the runner, then you go to the quarterback. He took the runner, Chad Morton.
You think there's still a little gas in the tank?
Boy, you think he isn't? Look at this guy. He is always on go.
See, now, even though you've gone 5 defensive backs, 6 defensive backs. You still have to blitz them.
2nd and 12. They come with a 4-man rush. Hasselbeck throws under pressure. And caught at the 48-yard line. Darnarian McCants with a circus catch.
Tim Hasselbeck threw this one out of a pothole.
Yes, he did.
Watch the pocket. Good job by the line. He just hangs this up out, and look at the catch. One-handed. Now, you know what? They ought to take a look at that.
You know what the official said is he was forced out of bounds. He made the signal on the sideline. It was a catch and forced out.
And that is not reviewable.
Thank you, Michael. Well, you know these non-reviewable things, David.
That was some catch, though.
Oh. Now they're going to do something.
Now Johnny Greer's going to go over and explain to him exactly what
he's going to say. You can't challenge this, so don't bother throwing the flag. Now if you're a lip reader, you can see Johnny Greer saying that was a force out.
Yeah, he's saying the possession is reviewable, but the force out is not.
Okay, so Dave says forget it then.
Forget it.
There is no challenge on the play.
Well, I just love doing a game that Johnny Greer does.
He's terrific.
He explains things. He really does a terrific job, I think, as an official, and his entire crew, because they keep them all together now.
Patrick Ramsey right now on the sideline looking a little more animated than he did earlier in the ball game.
Got some color back.
Yes. 3rd and 5 facing the Redskins from the Miami 48.
Shotgun.
Hasselbeck trying to escape. Throws on the run and got it complete to Brian Johnson. Holy cow, are you kidding?
There's a flag on the play back at the 50-yard line.
Even if this comes back.
Illegal man downfield.
What a remarkable play by Hasselbeck.
Yeah, and when you look at it, and I know we're going to see it, is that he just watched
downfield. Number 77, offense.
That's Randy Thomas.
Replay 3rd down.
But I'll tell you what he does. You watch him get his shoulders squared to the line of scrimmage, and that's why he can make this throw. Here comes Tim Hasselbeck to the outside. Now, watch him turn and get himself square. Once he gets himself around, now that ball is downfield. That's a beautiful throw, man.
Joe, you used to be so good at running to your left and throwing. That's got to be the hardest thing a quarterback can do.
It is the hardest thing, but Paul brought it up very well. Once you get your shoulders and hips turned, it's no more different than throwing to the right when you're stepping.
But when you turn your shoulders, you slow yourself down, and that 300-pound guy is trying to kill you is right in your face.
It's a little interesting.
This time, Jason Taylor has Hasselbeck. There is a flag down in the secondary, however.
No, it's a flag down. It's probably going to be a face mask against Jason Taylor.
There's a flag in the secondary also.
They got them all over. You got a flag at the quarterback.
I was just ready to say the Redskins offensive line done a great job against a Gunlier and Taylor.
We have 2 fouls on the play. Delay of game, offense. Personal foul, face mask on the defense.
Wait a minute.
By rule, the 15-yard penalty will be enforced.
Now, wait a second.
Right,
how can you have delay a game? That means that the play was never run.
You cannot run. If you have delay a game, the whistle blows and the play can't be run.
See, I would definitely agree with Paul. If there's a delay a game, that means that the snap never got off on time, which means, quite simply, that the personal foul could have never occurred after that.
Okay, here comes Jason Taylor on the outside, and he's going up against Winey. He and the Gunlier work out and hit right at the quarterback.
I think what the call is going to be is for an illegal substitution, which is technically a delay of game. You would have been right if the play clock ran out. Then the play never started. Redskins run a sweep this time for a couple, but an illegal substitution is referred to in the rule book as a delay of game, and that's why they referred to it that way.
Then they ought to change that and make it more clear.
We just did.
Okay, even if there is a whistle, a personal foul is always enforced after a play. And the Dolphins just continue to make one mistake after another and give the Redskin offense life. And Tim Hasselbeck is making them pay for it.
And I'll tell you another thing. This defense is getting tired.
They're not used to being out there this long. Hasselbeck under pressure, and that was Terrell Buckley. Another big play from T-Buck.
Well, I'll tell you a big play is Tim Hasselbeck. He found Trunk Candidate coming out in the screen, and he got the ball at his feet. Now Terrell Buckley is making the blitz. Here he comes. They don't block him. But look at Hasselbeck. He hits him, but he gets the ball back to the line of scrimmage.
I don't know that I have ever seen a guy like Tim Hasselbeck, when we talked to him in our meeting, thrown 3 passes in his entire career. You would have thought you were talking to somebody who's been doing this for 10 years as a starter.
Paul made a great point. He practiced all week. Patrick Ramsey did not, so he had a comfort level about what he was doing.
Cole's in motion. They'll blow this play dead. As much as I appreciate you saying he practiced all
Delay.
week.
Offense. Go third down.
This is his second career game.
Couple things in his favor. First of all, you're going up against a defense that doesn't do a lot of movement, so the offensive line is going to give you a little more protection. Secondly, Steve Spurrier has modified his play calling so there aren't as many audibles, so it doesn't become that difficult. Keep in mind, Tim Hasselbeck is not wearing a cheat sheet on his arm. These things are being called in by Coach Spurrier. He's communicating them to the team.
He's a pretty bright kid. 3rd and 13. Hasselbeck throws. Knocked away at the last moment by Surtain. He had Darnarian McCants. It looked like a good throw, but Surtain, who is one of the best, as is the entire secondary, knocked it away.
Well, they went with a 3-man rush, and Jason Taylor and Agulier both got back there. He only had time to throw that ball that fast.
Seems like every time the Dolphins go to a 3-man rush, the Redskin offensive line's confused who to block, and there's pressure on the quarterback.
Barker to kick to Kendall Newsom. And Newsom muffs it, and the Redskins have
it. Dave Wannstedt is standing on the sidelines in total disbelief of what he is seeing. How do you blame a coach for the kind of things that are happening?
Kendall Newsom, who had problems catching the ball in the passing game, has a problem catching it as a punt returner, took his eyes off of it, and the Redskins, Zeron Flemister, the tight end with the recovery, a huge break.
That was also a knuckleball that came down.
The Redskins right back in business. And Hasselbeck to throw for the end zone. Incomplete off the hands of Rod Gardner.
I'll tell you what, this ball is perfectly thrown. Rod Gardner's in the air. Hasselbeck, you know, if you just tuned in and you're watching this guy play, you think this guy's been playing for a long time. Look where he puts this ball. Gardner, this is up in the air. Terrell Buckley was there.
Doesn't even get a hand on it. Look at that.
This. That ball is absolutely thrown perfectly. I don't know if he'd have gotten in bounds or not.
Well, he hasn't had many bad ones. He's been right on it. Steps up, throws sidearm. Morton to the 6. He is throwing him from all angles to all receivers.
Now the tackles are doing an excellent job. What they're doing is they're running Jason Taylor and Agulier around the cup. And Tim Hasselbeck just continues to step up. This is a guy that is in total control of everything he does. He looks down the field. Now he sees his outlet man out to the right. Chad Morton makes the catch, picks up the first down.
You've got a backup quarterback. You have a backup left tackle in Brandon Winey, who's got to face Jason Taylor. Morton hitting the backfield. And Junior just came flying in.
There's another example of Junior Seau going to the back first and then go to the quarterback second. Junior Seau, this is experience. A lot of guys overrun this thing. Watch him cut back down inside. He locates the ball is what he does. Then the ball is in the running back. He goes right to the running back.
Has there ever been anybody more fun to watch in this game than Junior?
A couple of guys that are just as much fun. Ray Lewis, LeVar Arrington, and Junior.
Hasselbeck. And that one overthrown for Rod Gardner, who was covered perfectly.
If the Miami Dolphin defense can stop the Redskins from scoring a touchdown here, it just becomes a simple 2-touchdown game for them. They had a good drive through the third quarter, got down there when Greasy let it get away.
Excuse me.
But they can do it.
Simple?
I think so.
Simple 2-touchdown game?
Not really. But sort of simple.
Boy, it's been less than simple.
Well, it would be simpler than 27-10. Third down. 4 wide receivers for Hasselbeck.
3-man rush.
Draw play. Morton. To the 3. There's a flag down.
Offside Miami.
Holy cow.
The only thing that works in their favor, it's going to be half the distance to the goal, and it's still going to be third down.
And this is a veteran unit that is killing itself with mistakes.
And Dave Wannstedt, I'm guessing, is going to change quarterbacks once they get the football back. Jay Fiedler worked a lot this week in practice, and I think this football team needs a spark.
Brian Greasy was at the sideline talking with Jay Fiedler.
Offside, 99, defense. We'll penalize half the distance, still third down.
That's 2 offside calls against Jason Taylor. There is Jay Fiedler. He's been out with a bad left knee.
You know, this is what happens when you're on defense and you're trying to win the football game, and you know your offense is struggling, so you're just trying to get that extra jump, and you hurt yourself.
Morton will go out as a wide receiver. This one's tipped incomplete, intended for Flemister.
Steve Spurrier's trying to call a timeout. There he is trying to call timeout. Timeout. Nobody's looking at the coach.
Well, the offense has his back to him, so they're...
Well, I don't understand. Lavernius Cole is not in the game. You got Chad Morton out at wide receiver and Flemister at the other wide receiver down around the goal line. I'm a little confused on that. And I think Tim is as well.
Well, I'll tell you what he didn't do is make a mistake and give the ball up.
John Hall, who has hit 2 short-range field goals, will try another one, this 22 yards. And got it through, and the Redskins increased their lead to 23-10 in a game that is just flying by here in Miami.
In the ring, it's one-on-one action. Your hands are your only weapon. Your body, your opponent's target. And in any moment, your brain will tell you it's time to take a nap.
Top-rate boxing every week on ESPN.
It's December and holiday time, and ESPN will travel the globe to bring you the gift of sports. Spanish football is back on ESPN as the great clubs of the Spanish First Division compete at the highest level. The superstars of the NBA are in top flight, and ESPN has all the action. The rough-and-tumble world of Scottish football continues from the fields of Scotland. The NFL on ESPN wraps up the regular season, and the top clubs gear up for the playoffs, heading to Super Bowl 38. Dutch football continues with the best clubs in Holland. The great players of the PGA are in action. And the top prize of European football is on the line in the UEFA Champions League season, match day 6. Great action this December on ESPN, the worldwide leader in sports.
ESPN's Friday Night Fights. Ernie Zavala will have a tough opponent when he faces Mexican Juan Valenzuela in a 10-round junior welterweight bout. This one will definitely go the distance. Friday on ESPN.
There are clouds in Miami tonight, and there are clouds over the Dolphins. They're down 23-10 late third quarter to the Washington Redskins. And can you believe this? The Redskins with 119 yards rushing. The Dolphins only give up 85 a game. The Dolphins have only rushed for 71. They have one of the best ground games in the league. Time of possession, nearly 2-1, and the score is 23-10. Travis Minor deep to receive, and Hall kicks it 2 yards deep. Minor across the 20, 25, near the 29-yard line.
Offside by the Redskins.
Pretty good return out to the 29.
Offside. Number 48 of the kicking team. It's declined.
We'll see if the Dolphins change from Greasy to Fiedler when we come back.
Hello there. Guilty even of innocence seems to be the message of UEFA in the case of yellow cards. Take the case of Christian Daly of Scotland. Going into the game against Holland, Daly was on the bubble. One more yellow and he misses the return leg. The noise in Hampden Park for the game was ear-splitting as over 50,000 Scottish supporters willed on the local heroes. In the second half, after a foul, the referee's whistle calls a halt to the game. Daly of Scotland did not hear the whistle and proceeded to play the ball. This action cost him a yellow card. Fair enough, you say, but then the Norwegian referee said he made a mistake, that he believed Daly did not hear the whistle. The referee cannot rescind the yellow card, so now it stands. UEFA says the only way a yellow card can be wiped out is if it's given to the wrong player. I say it's time that they change this rule. After all, referees entitled to a mistake, so why punish everybody? That's within the Owl Onion Bag this week, and I'm Tommy Smith with a Y.
In the ring, it's one-on-one action. Your hands are your only weapon. Your body, your opponent's target. And in any moment, your brain will tell you it's time to take a nap. Top-rate boxing every week on ESPN.
The NBA on ESPN. Wednesday, a showcase of two Brazilian standouts. Mark Bosa of the Suns meets Nene of the Nuggets. Live Wednesday, the NBA on ESPN.
Jay Fiedler took the field during the timeout to probably the biggest ovation he has ever heard since he's been the Miami Dolphins quarterback. 33-15, his overall record. One of those wins came in Jacksonville. Now he is on to try to bail out the Dolphins offense. And the Redskins immediately come with a blitz. Fiedler with time. Down the middle, Chambers with a one-handed catch. Chambers to the 40. Wow.
Well,
what a grab.
First of all, that offensive line really gave him some time because Fiedler had a chance to step up and throw the football. Wow. You just need a little spark. Look at this. Look at the time he has, and the Redskins were in a blitz. What a tremendous catch by Chris Chambers.
Wow. This guy's a tremendous athlete. 45-inch vertical jump. They get the play off just before the quarter ends. Chambers on the end around. Champ Bailey takes his legs out from under him at the 33. That's the end of the third quarter as Jay Fiedler tries to bring the Dolphins back. It's 23-10.
A great moment in world football.
And away we go. Bayern Munich attacking the goal.
Well, that's a magnificent save, and it's a bullet off the inside of the post. Carr with no chance. Boy, does he pick out the corner of that one.
The guy sweeps it in, and Hedman misjudges it.
Goal ESPN, your connection to the best.
A strong man, a hunter, a A soldier, a weekend warrior in the Canadian wilderness, fighting the forces of nature. I'm so cold. And each other.
Everyone took spout Chuck.
Who will win the race back to civilization? The wild rules.
You make it? Make it. Right on.
The wild rules on ESPN.
U.S. And we heard you. The League of the Stars has arrived on ESPN, home of the best football on the planet. Don't miss all the action of Spanish football every weekend, only on ESPN.
The NBA on ESPN. The New Kings, the Foreign Legion, the reigning powers. Take it strong, throw it down. The quest for a championship begins now. The NBA on ESPN.
In our truck get a great view. Center monitor, high definition, a remarkable picture. You can watch next Sunday night's football game, Tampa Bay and Jacksonville in HD. ESPN HD is now available nationwide. And check out the entire ESPN HD schedule at ESPN.com.
But don't leave this. We've got a Hummer here. I'll tell you, this is a good humdinger coming here. Ricky Williams, 13 carries, 51 yards.
This is 14. And Ricky had a couple of games in a row when he was down in the low teens in carries. And it was a lot like this game. They fell behind, so they had to throw the ball more. This guy's numbers may be down. He's only averaging on the year 3.3 yards a carry, but he is running just as hard as he always has. They've had problems on the offensive line. People are playing 8 and 9 men in the box against him, and he is earning every yard of it. First and 10, Conrad in motion. Play action, Fiedler. Throws underneath. And caught by McKnight and out of bounds. Let's go to Susie.
Mike, I watched Jay Fiedler getting himself ready on the sideline during that last series. Bouncing around. Brian Griese came up, gave him a pat on the back and said good luck. Jay walked down the line, patting everybody's hand on his offense. He told me before the game his knee felt great, and he was just dying to get in there.
Well, he's in, and he's moving the team, Susie. The last completion to McMichael. Critical game for both of these teams. Miami to improve itself in the standings. The Redskins simply to stay alive, and they're playing like it. Blitz coming. Draw play. Williams. Arrington was there to assist on the tackle as Ricky got to the 22. Jeremiah Trotter was the first guy to hit him.
Jay Fiedler has been working on a brace.
LeVar Arrington, and they've got a couple of linebackers. They said there are 5 all-pro linebackers in this game. LeVar Arrington, 56. You think he doesn't know where Ricky is? Look at this. And the guy on the bottom is Jeremiah Trotter. These two guys, I mean, you got linebackers, you got all-pro linebackers all over the place.
Like linebacker youth.
It is.
Looks like Penn State out there.
All 3 of the Redskins linebackers have been to the Pro Bowl. Fiedler from the shotgun. Blitz coming. Perfect throw. First down at the 24-yard line. Another strike to Chambers.
Jay Fiedler finally has found a brace that is comfortable for him. I talked to the trainer, Kevin O'Neill, and that's what they've been trying to do. Remember, it's on his left foot, so at least he can plant and deliver it. It doesn't look like he has any problems. Now, the last 3 times Chris Chambers has touched the ball have been 3 of the 4 times that he's gotten a hold of it all night. And he's a guy that you just have to keep involved in the offense.
Going to blow this one dead, and it will cost Miami 5 yards.
Snap. False start. Number 68. Offense. Still first down.
Seth McKinney, the second-year center, who is playing guard because of injuries to Jamie Nails and Todd Perry.
Well, what Jay Fiedler tried to do is get these guys up on the line of scrimmage. Look at, he's 3 for 3 in this drive, but he tried to get them up and go on a quick count, and their own man went too soon.
Well, remember, that's 5 weeks he hasn't played, Paul. So, again, you're changing the snap count a little bit with a new quarterback.
First and 15. Williams goes in motion, empty backfield. Fiedler throws, knocked away by Arrington. The intended target was McMichael.
Remember I said he's a complete player. Not only can he rush the passer, not only can he cover the pass, and not only get the run. LeVar Arrington, this is on the tight end, McMichael. Watch this play. Hand inside, perfect coverage. And that pass was thrown right where it needed to be thrown, except LeVar Arrington got there first.
That's as good as it gets. This guy is really special. I loved he talked about he wanted a chip on his shoulder for tonight's game. He likes to be mad coming in. The chip on his shoulder was people thought that Ricky might be able to run against him.
Fiedler straight back. This one knocked down. That was Trotter.
I said you got all pro linebackers, all three of them. Jesse Armstead's the other guy, number 98. But these,
well, maybe they'll throw in his side next time.
I'll tell you what, you talk about linebackers that are active and getting the job done.
Remember, George Edwards is the defensive coordinator. He took over for Marvin Lewis, who you want to talk about coaches of the year in Cincinnati. They won again today, but he inherited a pretty good group of guys over there, especially at the linebacker position.
Here's a question for you. If they don't make this 3rd and long, do you kick a field goal?
Yes. Absolutely, yes. I think you've got at least 3 possessions in this quarter. You have to count on that.
Fiedler on 3rd and 15 for the end zone collision. That will be interference on the Redskins. And it's Oalete who banged into Chambers. Now Oalete will contend that pass was uncatchable.
I don't think so. I mean, Chambers doesn't really have a chance to get airborne to try and make the kind of catch.
And Chambers has got a 45-inch vertical jump.
Pass interference. Number 26, defense in the end zone. The ball will be placed at the 1-yard line. First down.
Oalete just gets there too soon. Look at Chambers. You can't say that this isn't catchable. That ball is up in the air. That's catchable.
Yeah.
Well, he's not even going for the ball. He's going for the receiver against Randy McMichael.
And now will be 1st and goal. Williams, the deep man in the eye. Fiedler on play action. To the corner and incomplete. That was off the hands of Donald Lee, the second-team tight end.
Well, Donald Lee was coming out of the backfield, off the line of scrimmage, and they knocked him to the ground. The Redskins didn't allow anybody to get off the line of scrimmage, and Fiedler still almost completes his pass.
Goes right through his hands. He would have probably not gotten that foot down, but still, Jay's throwing the ball out. I think the next 2 plays, running plays for Ricky.
Look, first one should have been Ricky.
2nd and goal from the 1. Conrad, the up back. Williams.
Bernard Holsey, number 90. Or, as some people might refer to him now, a brick wall.
Yeah.
Ricky just absolutely stopped. Watch number 90 get in the way. There it is. There's the wall called Holsey. Look at that play. And, of course, Jeremiah Triders got him down low.
Well, you know, when you watch something in slow motion, Joe, and you see their shoulder pads just kind of pop and cave in, you know you're getting smacked.
It's a wall.
Ricky's a big guy. Holsey outweighs him by about 70 pounds. 3rd and goal. Ricky, drilled. He's not in. It will be 4th and goal.
Boy, Arrington, Mitchell.
Kevin Mitchell.
You talk about some active linebackers.
Now, 4th and inches. I think you got to go for it.
Look at LeVar Arrington and Mitchell.
You know what I would do?
Here they are, 55, 56.
I would call timeout. I really would. I think you can save it. If you get in here, you're only a touchdown down. I'd call timeout, talk it over. Now you're running down close to the 40-second clock. The play clock's down to 9 seconds. You're going to have to hurry to get to the line.
I got to really hurry now. Ricky dives. Touchdown. That is a statement play as well as a strategic play.
What a great gutsy thing by Dave Wannstedt. to go for it. I mean, that was a second away from having a delay a game penalty.
If you have Ricky Williams and you have first and goal at the 1, you better not do anything but give it to Ricky Williams and get the touchdown.
Look at him go airborne.
Yeah, well, he got tired of running on the ground where they were nailing him. He's going to get airborne.
The point after, the Dolphins close to within 6. 10:24 to go from Miami.
ESPN salutes the South African PGA team of Trevor Immelman and Rory Sabatini for their thrilling victory at the PGA World Cup. It was a convincing win as they cruised to a 4-shot victory, besting teams from Britain, France, and the United States. Standing in for Ernie Els and Retief Goosen, the young pair made the country of South Africa very proud. Congratulations, Trevor Immelman and Rory Sabatini, ESPN's Athletes of the Week.
Hi there, my name is Derek Ray, and here on Press Pass, it's all about non-stop football controversy.
So things are always happening in football. You want someone to make sense of it? I'll give you the truth.
Don't listen to those guys. They know nothing about football. One of these weeks, I'm going to strangle Eddie. Maybe I'll just give him the hook.
Don't listen to Tommy. We'll give you all the issues when we discuss football week after week.
Well, it's never dull when Eddie and Tommy are around. Join us for Press Pass every week, right here on ESPN.
Live Tuesday, the NFL on ESPN roars into the second half of the Turf Wars. They are the defending champions, and they're fighting for their playoff lives. The Tampa Bay Buccaneers are home to take on the New York Giants. Can the Bucs right this listing shift, or will the Giants put another dagger into the hearts of these Pirates? Giants-Bucs live Tuesday. The NFL on ESPN, home of Super Bowl 38.
ESPN Sunday Night Football, brought to you by Amstel Light, the beer drinker's light beer, and Seiko. You can tell more about a person by the watch they wear than anything else. Seiko Arctura Kinetic.
Beautiful, colorful Miami, where the Redskins now lead by only 6 with 10:24 to go in the game. The Dolphins, with Jay Fiedler at quarterback, coming off the bench, goes 71 yards to score. Certainly one of the key plays in that drive, the pass interference call on Oalete in the end zone. And was that on 3rd and 15?
3rd and 15.
So it kept the drive alive. This one bounces into the end zone. The Redskins will keep it there and start from their own 20-yard line. 10:24 to go in a 6-point ball game from Miami.
It's December and holiday time, and ESPN will travel the globe to bring you the gift of sports. Spanish football is back on ESPN as the great clubs of the Spanish First Division compete at the highest level. The superstars of the NBA are in top flight, and ESPN has all the action. The rough and tumble world of Scottish football continues from the fields of Scotland. The NFL on ESPN wraps up the regular season, and the top clubs gear up for the playoffs, heading to Super Bowl 38. Dutch football continues with the best clubs in Holland. The great players of the PPA are in action. And the top prize of European football is on the line in the UEFA Champions League season, match day 6. Great action this December on ESPN, the worldwide leader in sports.
ESPN's Friday Night Fights. Ernie Zavala will have a tough opponent when he faces Mexican Juan Valenzuela in a 10-round junior welterweight bout. This one will definitely go the distance. Friday on ESPN.
Joe, you said at the start of the game they were going to feed Ricky Williams. It looked like they already have.
They've eaten the balls. That 34 looks small on this guy's shoulder.
Redskins from the 20, and it has suddenly gotten very loud here. Hasselbeck batted down. Almost intercepted. Agunlie got a hand on it. Let's go to Susie.
Guys, you know, Ricky Williams thought he was going to be more elusive this season. He lost weight. He thought if he was quicker, he'd get less beat up. Not going to happen. He understands now he's going to have to get beat up for the Dolphins to win. He told us last night he knows he's going to have to sacrifice his body. A lot of anti-inflammatories after this game.
Boy, he sacrificed it on those first and second and third and fourth and goal calls. End around. Coles. Nothing.
You just get the sense that this Miami Dolphin defense is playing with a different purpose right now. The offense has invigorated them. As a matter of fact, this is what this football team has needed all year. It's something they've got to come up with to stop Steve Spurrier's offense. Now they're in a 3rd and long situation again, the Redskins are. They've kept the plays very manageable for Tim Hasselbeck. If I was Jim Bates, the defensive coordinator of the Dolphins, I would come after him. I would not give him a chance to drop back and throw the ball.
When he has had time, he has been unflappable. 4-man rush. Complete and a first down. Patrick Johnson was open and Hasselbeck hustled the ball out of there.
He just beat Sam Madison. Sam Madison is playing Patrick Johnson man-to-man, and he got beat. Look at here. Patrick Johnson, 84. Look at this. Madison goes inside. Patrick stays outside. And the perfect throw.
You know why? Because Sam Madison was looking at the quarterback. He was looking back at Tim Hasselbeck to see where the ball was, and it got out of his hand very quickly.
It's hard to describe how good Hasselbeck has been. Candidate to about the 35.
Tim Hasselbeck has been extremely efficient under 15 yards tonight. Look at his pass chart. 3 out of 7 left, 2 for 2, 7 out of 11 right. You see him 1 for 4 deep, but that's a real departure from what Steve Spurrier did earlier in the year. You would probably see a lot more numbers over 15 yards. Credit Steve Spurrier with a change in philosophy of getting the ball out of his quarterback's hands quicker.
2nd and 6. Candidate straight up the middle, running hard. Sammy Knight, the strong safety, was there to meet him.
I'll tell you one thing I think they're doing with this kid, Tim Hasselbeck, is they're putting him in a tough position. They're running on 1st and 2nd down and then forcing him to throw on 3rd down.
Hey, that's what you get paid for as a quarterback in the National Football League. This is a moment that defines a quarterback. It's 3rd and 3. You have to have it. I promise you it's going to be a pass play. It's not going to be a run.
Oh, I know that, but I'm just saying, this is a kid that hasn't played.
For it,
I know you
live for these moments.
3rd and 3. Dolphins showing blitz, and they come with it. Screen. Johnny Morton to the 47, broke a tackle and got the first down. And look at Hasselbeck.
He breaks a tackle again of Sam Madison.
Sam Madison has him stopped a yard short of that yellow line. Hasselbeck gets it up. Morton does a nice job. Now he's got him stopped right there. Just tackle him. We saw Champ Bailey, the Redskin corner, make a terrific tackle. Chad Morton just runs right through Sam Madison's tackle, picks up the crucial first down.
Boy, was Hasselbeck going backwards just as fast as those legs would take him.
We had Terrell Buckley coming on a blitz, number 27, and he had to back up and back up and back up.
Buckley was flying and couldn't get there. Play action on 1st down. Hasselbeck unload. Coles can't hang on. Great coverage by Surtain. Well, they took their shot there.
Hey, I like the way the old ball coach is calling this game. Here he is. He just puts it up. Hasselbeck throws. Now, he's counting on Coles to do one of two things. Make the catch or make sure Surtain doesn't. He almost comes down with this ball. Look at Patrick Surtain and Lavernius Coles fight for that football.
That's one of those passes where you throw the ball short because you got Surtain going deep.
What a great piece of camera work that was. Just to see the effort these two put into it.
2nd and 10. Hasselbeck to Flemister down the middle, and he is leveled by Brock Marion.
Boy, I'll tell you, Brock Marion.
He's lucky, isn't he,
Yeah,
Paulo?
he almost
got a 50. He almost got himself a flag. That was real close to getting yourself a flag for hitting an extended receiver.
Here it is here. 31 is Marion. And the reason he doesn't get a flag, because he didn't go for his head. He hit him in the upper body.
I think Flemister hit him. There's another one of those defining moments.
A field goal would be huge for the Redskins if they can get another couple of first downs. Jason Taylor chasing Hasselbeck, and he got it. Jason Taylor has been frustrated all year because of a lack of sacks. It's not that he has played poorly. He is such a focus, but he's had 2 tonight.
He just goes right by Brandon Winey. Look at his speed. Here's speed. Now, this guy's been on the field a long time. And Hasselbeck says, wait a minute, that's a defensive end, and I can't outrun him.
He doesn't even have time to get the ball loaded to throw it away.
Kendall Newsom, who muffed the last one, is back to receive this punt, and an awful kick off the side of the foot of Brian Barker. 26-yard kick when he had a chance to pin them reasonably deep. 6:29 to go. Miami down by a touchdown. Jay Fiedler got them in the end zone last time.
Your choice for great sports action every day is ESPN, the worldwide leader in sports.
There you go, for Diaz.
There's great golf action coming in December to ESPN, the worldwide leader in sports.
The NBA on ESPN. Wednesday, a showcase of 2 Brazilian standouts. Barbosa of the Suns meets Nene of the Nuggets. Live Wednesday, the NBA on ESPN.
Welcome to Miami, 23-17. Redskins by 6. The defense for the Dolphins did its job. Now can Jay Fiedler do it again? Starting from his own 31, he wants to throw. With a man in his face, almost intercepted. Champ Bailey got his hands on it. And that time Chambers turned defensive back and knocked it away as Lionel Dalton planted Fiedler.
Boy, Lionel Dalton, number 95, he wasn't even slowed up. He came in, and Fiedler was lucky to get this ball off. Right in the middle of your screen. Here comes 95. And boy, was that a good job by Dalton. Look at this. He could have buried Fiedler and would have gotten himself a flag, but he didn't. He just grabs him, holds him up.
Big old bear hug. Second and 10. Draw to Williams. Oh, turns the corner.
Oh, Champ Bailey got caught inside, and he's so mad at himself.
How can a guy that big be that quick?
Speed. Again, with Morton, we talked about with Washington speed. Champ Bailey, Joe is absolutely right. He gets himself caught inside. But watch his speed here. Speed kills, man.
Yes, it does.
Watch Champ Bailey. He takes the wrong angle of pursuit. Second time we've seen a defensive back for the Redskins take the wrong pursuit, and the speed gets outside.
17-yard gain for Ricky Williams. He has 75 on 19 carries. Travis Minor replaces him on 1st and 10. Fiedler, quick out. Has the completion and out of bounds. McKnight, who caught the earlier 80-yard touchdown pass.
One of the things that Brian Griese talked about all year was he couldn't find a comfort level with the wide receivers. He'd played 5 years in Denver, was comfortable with Ed McCaffrey as well as Rod Smith. Here, he couldn't really get as comfortable. And now you see with Jay Fiedler, who's been with these receivers, you see the timing of their routes, and the pass is much more crisp.
Minor cuts it outside. And Minor inside the 35 to the 33, another first down.
What you're seeing is the defense, and I blame this on the linebackers, especially the outside linebackers. They are just jamming everything in the middle because Miami Dolphins had a second and short yardage. But watch here what Minor does. Everybody is sealed inside. He gets back to the outside. Trotter can't get there until after he gets the first down.
So you're sort of taking advantage of the fact that LeVar Arrington is so quick to react. You start to go one way and make him chase the plays, right?
I like it.
Thank you.
Williams is back in. 1st and 10 at the 33. Miami moving crisply downfield. Fiedler for the end zone. A lot of contact. No flag. Champ Bailey against Chambers.
You've got two really good ones, Champ Bailey and All-Pro, and I think Chris Chambers is going to be one. This is just a flat go. They threw this in warm-ups, and Chambers had it land right in his lap. And there's just a case where I believe the ball was just a little too far overthrown.
Champ Bailey got lucky, I think.
Well, by turning his head around, I think he convinced the official that the contact was incidental.
He was able to cut off the route just enough to make it incomplete. That's why he's a Pro Bowler.
The last play, McMichael, number 81, was wide open.
Blitz coming this time. Chambers will make the catch. Bailey with a saving tackle, gain of 9.
I don't think that offensively, I don't think it's a coincidence that the Dolphin offense finally looks like it has some life. Because of Jay Fiedler, yes, but more importantly, because Dave Wannstedt is getting the ball to Chris Chambers. You've got to let your stars be stars.
Well, you got third. This is 4-down territory.
And this is also Ricky Williams territory.
I would think so. Up and over, Ricky.
They're in the eye. Williams, first down.
Touchdown.
10, 5, touchdown.
Matt Bowen thought he had him. There was nothing to have. Once Ricky got into the secondary, Matt Bowen didn't have a chance.
A 24-yard romp for Ricky Williams, who now has 99 on the night. The point after would put the Dolphins back on top. What a comeback by Miami. Maybe they won't burn those orange jerseys after all. 24-23, Miami, fourth quarter.
It's December and holiday time, and ESPN will travel the globe to bring you the gift of sports. Spanish football is back on ESPN as the great clubs of the Spanish First Division compete at the highest level. The superstars of the NBA are in top flight, and ESPN has all the action. The rough and tumble world of Scottish football continues from the fields of Scotland. The NFL on ESPN wraps up the regular season, and the top clubs gear up for the playoffs, heading to Super Bowl 38. Dutch football continues with the best clubs in Holland. The great players of the PGA are in action. And the top prize of European football is on the line in the UEFA Champions League season, match day 6. Great action this December on ESPN, the worldwide leader in sports.
Hi there, my name is Derek Ray, and here on Press Pass, it's all about non-stop football controversy.
So things are always happening in football. You want someone to make sense of it? I'll give you the truth.
Don't listen to those guys. They know nothing about football. One of these weeks, I'm going to strangle Eddie. Maybe I'll just give him the hoop.
Don't listen to Tommy. We'll give you all the issues when we discuss football week after week.
Well, it's never dull when Eddie and Tommy are around. Join us for Press Pass every week, right here on ESPN.
ESPN's Friday Night Fights. Ernie Zavala will have a tough opponent when he faces Mexican Juan Valenzuela in a 10-round junior welterweight bout. This one will definitely go the distance. Friday on ESPN.
Ricky Williams with a big second half. 2 long runs on that drive, including the touchdown. He's up to 99 for the night, and he has put his club back on top. Chad Morton a yard deep. Hesitated. Breaks outside. Morton, 30. Mate got a hand on him and takes him out of bounds. That's what the Redskins have missed all year, was a big play on special teams.
I want to show you what happened on that touchdown of Ricky Williams. It was a little bit of good blocking. You see, there's Jeremiah Trotter right in the middle linebacker. That's Olete, the safety. They're both going to fill the same gaps. Coaches talk about defenses. Fill your gap. Don't two of you go to a gap. Watch what they do to try and stop the run. Both of them in it. Rob Conrad winds up blocking both of them, but they shouldn't both be in the same place.
Can Hasselbeck do it for the Redskins? He's been brilliant the entire game after replacing Ramsey. Truncated on the draw to the 45. Tim Hasselbeck, who came in for the injured Patrick Ramsey, has been extremely efficient. He has been cool under fire, and he has run this offense like he's been with the club for 4 years instead of 4 weeks.
And put the offense back into his hands, because he seems to be handling it very well.
2nd and 8. Blitz. Flags are down. Ball is tipped incomplete. Was Miami offside, or did someone move?
False start. Number 30. Offense. Still 2nd down.
You can't blame them. I'm going to tell you something. The Miami Dolphins had 9 guys up on the line of scrimmage, and they were all coming.
But that was a back. That was Truncated.
But he's still going to be one of those guys having a picture.
Yeah,
but
that's right.
He's acting like a tackle right now. The big thing is when you blitz, there's 2 things. Number 1, you can't get a back out because he's usually in pickup. Plus, you make the quarterback get the ball out of his hands quicker. We talked about Miami having 2 corners that have been to the Pro Bowl.
The Redskins, who had no penalties in the first half and none last week, have 5 in the second half. 4-man rush. Hasselbeck incomplete. That ball should have been caught by Flemister.
You know, I think the Redskins here, and Steve Spurrier really doesn't think twice about doing this, but I believe they're in 2-down territory.
They have 2 timeouts left.
Well, you know, I don't think so, because they still have 2 timeouts. They've got 3 1/4 to go, and they put Miami way down. They're going to try to work Ricky in the clock.
Count the 2-minute warning.
All they need is a field goal.
Count the 2-minute warning. They'd have 3. And boy, has this place gotten loud.
3rd and long. Hasselbeck deep down the middle. Brock Marion with the interception. Intended for Coles, but overthrown, and Marion just played center field. That is his 3rd interception and his 18th in the last 4 years.
We saw Chris Chambers make a one-handed catch. You're going to see Brock Marion stick the one hand out and then gain control of the ball. Watch this. Right hand out, one-hander. Tip it up to yourself and then gain possession.
Do you know who was running with Lavernius Coles?
Zach Thomas.
Zach Thomas had him short. There he is, number 54. Brock Marion's got him deep.
He gets as deep as any middle linebacker, I think, that's ever played this game. And the one good thing for the Redskins, this was virtually what they could have hoped for out of a punt.
And they only need to get close enough to kick a field goal if they have an opportunity, if they can stop the Dolphins here.
Now a big dose of Ricky Williams coming. Breaks a couple of tackles. Drives the pile to the 14. This game is huge for the Dolphins when you look at the AFC playoff race, because the wild card teams, Tennessee at 9-2, Miami could go to 7-4. The division leaders automatically qualify, and the top 2 records outside of the division leaders. And Dave Wannstedt, who has been under so much pressure and such intense scrutiny here,
I think that
desperately wants this one.
I think that was a heck of a move by Dave Wannstedt to change quarterbacks and put Jay Fiedler in and let him go back and see if he could bring his ball club back. I think the fact that his knee responded so well this week gave Dave that kind of confidence.
Meanwhile, the Redskins use one of their 2 timeouts, so they know they have to stop them on this drive.
And the other thing we talked about, Wannstedt going through so much, he said the way he's been able to get through these tough times is because the guys in the locker room have been there. He has a really strong, good ball club. Goes along Brock Marion, Zach Thomas, Junior Seau.
There were a lot of rumors going around that there was dissension on this team, but the leaders stepped up and said, that's bull. We're behind them all the way. Ricky, over 100 yards this time, wrapped up by Lionel Dalton, who just horse-collared him, and the Redskins will use their last timeout.
Well, they got the 2 minutes, and Miami can't take it down to the 2-minute warning.
The Sunday stud winner by 40.6%, Matt Hasselbeck of Seattle. He threw 5 touchdown passes in a losing cause. His younger brother is playing in this game and has a chance to be a hero as well. Anthony Wright finished second for Baltimore. He had a brilliant game in that comeback. He threw 4 scores of his own.
The winner finished second in the poll.
That's right.
Well, I tell you, this young man here, be proud, young man, because you did a hell of a job tonight.
Well, the Redskins now know that they have 2 quarterbacks that can play, and I think that, not that it's a consolation to Steve Spurrier, this is a huge 3rd down for his defense, but he knows now he's got a couple guys who can run his offense.
Well, if the Redskins lose, they're 4-7. There's not going to be much consolation to go around.
You've got to get everybody up around the line of scrimmage now.
3rd and 3. Do they go with Ricky again? Tried to pull him offside, and Ricky dives. He's going to be about 1.5 yards shy of a first down, and there's no flag.
Yeah.
Big play.
Yeah, there's a flag. No, it isn't.
Big
that
play.
was a shoe
by the Redskin defense. That was huge.
A shoe isn't going to hurt him, is it?
No, not a shoe.
Now they'll let the clock run down as long as possible. It will not get to the 2-minute warning before Matt Turk has to kick it away. And Patrick Johnson waits back at his 40. Hasselbeck will have one more shot.
Oh, good kick.
Turk launched one. Johnson back to the 27. He lost the ball.
Still on the ground. Miami's got it.
Darius Thompson knocked it away. And the Miami Dolphins get a brilliant punt by Turk. What a punt. And the Redskins lose it. James McKnight recovers for Miami. We reach the 2-minute warning. The Dolphins have the lead and the ball.
only weapon. Your body, your opponent's target. And in any moment, your brain will tell you it's time to take a nap.
Top-rate boxing every week on ESPN.
Scott Van Pelt and John Anderson standing by with NFL overtime thriller. Steve Spurrier on the Redskins offense and a warning to the Broncos. 2 minutes to go here. An interesting thought.
Well, if they were going to run a play, you'd let them score, but it looks like the Dolphins are just going to kneel down, so the Redskins can't take advantage of that opportunity.
Because that would be the Redskins' only chance at this point. Right. Let them score, kick the extra point, and hope you can come back and tie it. But Miami is not going to play the game.
What's going to happen here, ultimately, there'll probably be some time left on the clock, so the Dolphins should try and kick a field goal to make it a 4-point game, forcing them.
When do you think the last time it was that Miami won a regular season game when they trailed by 13 points in the fourth quarter?
1980.
Very good.
September 28th?
Very good.
Look,
just right off the top of your head.
Just pulled it right out of my hat.
The Dolphins will take a knee. The Redskins cannot stop the clock. Miami will go to 7-4. The Redskins will fall to 4-7. The Dolphins in the orange jerseys for the first time will live to fight another day. And Steve Spurrier may have found out a lot about his ball club tonight, but he is still going to come away with a 1-point loss.
And I tell you, the Dolphins are playing Thursday. They needed this. I mean, they really needed this.
And they're playing one heck of a good football team. The Dallas Cowboys won a tough one today against the Carolina Panthers. The Dolphins will travel, and Dave Wannstedt told us this. I need this. We need this for momentum going into Dallas. It's a short week, and if we can win this one, we'll feel a whole lot better about ourselves. Congratulations to Coach Wannstedt.
Made another great point. He said if you win this game, the adrenaline carries you through to next Thursday. You really don't feel the bumps and bruises as much as you think you would.
And they did everything they possibly could do to lose this ball game.
And what a terrible birthday present for Daniel Snyder, who turns 39 today.
Just a heck of a ball game, and Tim Hasselbeck was brilliant in relief of Patrick Ramsey. For Joe Theismann, Paul McGuire, Susie Culver, and our entire ESPN crew, this is Mike Patrick. Good night from Pro Player Stadium in Miami.
ESPN thanks you for watching this presentation of the National Football League.
ESPN welcomes you to the following presentation of the National Football League.
Gets up, scampers over the goal line to score on the year. We're gonna be here all day, baby. I like this kind of party. Rush the quarterback.
Today, we salute the king of comebacks, and this one's for John.
Hey, how you guys doing?
This is Tony Gonzalez, tight end for the Kansas City Chiefs. He supports the United Way by preparing meals at a local community center. Tony has good hands. The kitchen staff knows this.
Tony!
Heads up.
T-Bone. Sorry.
Tony Gonzalez. On the football field, he has good hands.
Great moment in world football.
Drogba with a shot, and Drogba has come out big. Marseille leads. Quick shot.
In 1998, John Elway joined Dan Marino as the only other quarterback in league history to throw for 50,000 yards in a career. But Elway has never been about statistics. Maybe that's why he's the NFL's all-time winningest quarterback. In 1997, we all wondered if Elway would ever win the only game that really mattered. In Super Bowl 32, he finally captured his long-awaited championship. Elway has the two qualities that any championship quarterback must have: a big arm and a bigger heart. He was born with the heart. He started developing the arm at a very young age.
John Elway and his twin sister Leanne were born in Port Angeles, Washington in 1960 to parents Jack and Jan. John always blended in with the children on the block. All that separated him from the other kids on Joanne Lane was his accurate right arm.
You know, little boys, they'll pick up anything and throw. And all the little boys in the block would throw things. The only difference is John was more accurate. John would aim at something and hit it.
What few mailboxes we had along the street here, well, I bet you John hit those 9 out of 10 times when he'd throw at them. He didn't miss very often. And the same thing with the telephone poles. They took a beating.
I saw Dick a few years ago, and I said, you know, Dick, if John had listened to us, we both could have ruined his career. Because he did. He really did like to throw things.
Jack Elway's coaching odyssey took his family to Montana, back to Washington, and then to California's San Fernando Valley, where Coach Elway had just one criteria for picking a new house.
He was going around and interviewing all the different football coaches in the San Fernando Valley about the offense that they ran. He just happened to buy a house in that area so that John could go to Granada Hills High School and have Jack Newmeyer for a coach. And that's how we happened to live where we did.
Their head coach, Jack Newmeyer, threw the ball in the high school 35, 40 times, which was very unusual. And so I was excited about playing quarterback, getting to throw the football.
Right, Sutton to the left. Elway back to throw. Got a man open, going in the end zone. It is touchdown, Granada Hills. And the people just cannot believe it.
You're a coach and you're a father. As a father, you can get pretty irrational or not objective about maybe how good your son is. And I looked at her when we were leaving the stadium, and I said, I wonder if he's as good as I think he is. And she looked at me and said, well, you don't know, nobody does.
After completing 60% of his high school passes for over 5,700 yards and 49 touchdowns, John Elway was the nation's most highly recruited prep athlete. He chose Stanford, and it didn't take long for this gifted QB to showcase his extraordinary talents in front of the entire nation. Not only could Elway rifle the ball anywhere, his mobility and ability to improvise made defenders look like the Keystone Cops. But of his many great collegiate escapes, one went down in Stanford lore as simply the play.
That one, I was in big trouble. I mean, I was 40 yards from the line of scrimmage, and I'm going, oh, my God, I am in deep, deep, deep trouble. Marjam just kept running. Kenny Marjam, thank God, kept running. We got behind Ronnie Lott. We went over the top of Ronnie's head, because it's funny, because every time I talk to Ronnie, I say, hey, make sure you stay back. So that was kind of fun.
Completing 62% of his passes for over 9,300 yards and 77 touchdowns, Elway set 5 NCAA Division I-A passing records before graduating with a degree in economics. However, his arrival into the NFL stirred controversy when Elway rejected the team that made him the first pick in the 1983 draft.
We had been in discussions with him 2 and 3 months before the draft that I was not going to play in Baltimore, that if that came to it, I was going to play baseball for the Yankees, and I was fortunate to have an option. We didn't want to come out and offend the Colts right off, that I didn't want to play for Frank Kush or Robert Irsay. We didn't want to come out in the paper and say that. We were going to exercise that option if it came down to it, and we did.
The Colts traded Elway's rights to the Denver Broncos, who signed him to a $5 million contract. His as every move was scrutinized that first summer and often became front-page news. There was also a complicated new offense to learn.
Let's go I right, 74, I right Ray, 74 flare, 16 waggle left, hot right, wing turn in on two, ready?
Ready or not, by the start of the regular season, Elway was Denver's starting quarterback.
I went from a $5 million man to a nickel man in a real small amount of time.
For the first time in his football career, John Elway struggled. In week 2, the Colts got their revenge. Soon, the rest of the league was feasting on the rookie's mistakes. Through the trials, there were signs of promise. In a late-season rematch with the Colts, Elway played 3 horrible quarters before teaching Broncos fans why they should never leave their seats in the fourth quarter, especially when number 7 is still on the field.
And Elway with some protection, throwing it to the end zone for Sampson. He's got the ball.
Mile High Stadium witnessed the first of many miracles to come as the rookie rallied his team with 3 touchdown passes in the final 11 minutes.
4th down and 2 Broncos. Elway is back. Here comes the safety.
Elway's performance demonstrated character that would carry the Broncos into a promising future.
Touchdown! 4th and 2, and the Broncos get the touchdown to go ahead.
I think that's what the Broncos paid $5 million for. I would say.
Hi there, my name is Derek Ray, and here on Press Pass, it's all about non-stop football controversy.
So things are always happening in football. You want someone to make sense of it? I'll give you the truth.
Don't listen to those guys. They know nothing about football. One of these weeks, I'm going to strangle Eddie. Maybe I'll just give him the hook.
Don't listen to Tommy. We'll give you all the issues when we discuss football week after week.
Well, it's never dull when Eddie and Tommy are around. Join us for Press Pass every week, right here on ESPN.
Big pictures.
Thanks for making me a fighter. Makes me that much stronger. Makes me work a little bit harder. Makes me that much wiser. Thanks for making me a fighter. Make me work a little bit faster. Makes me a little bit stiffer. Makes me that much smarter. Thanks for making me a fighter.
Watch NFL Blast, the worldwide television show that brings the best of American football to your TV screen. Blast has something for every fan. Weekly highlights, instructional segments, stories from around the globe, and music videos from the world's biggest pop stars. Every week from September to January, Blast brings you inside the world of NFL football.
The matchups are set and the rivalries are real. Mirror versus Bestwick. Burnquist versus Lasek. Metzger versus Pastrana. X Games 9, Tuesday, only on ESPN.
Elway returns for an encore as This One's for John continues.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is obviously a historic day in the history of the Denver Broncos, and to say that we here at Bronco headquarters or our fans around the world are delighted that John is going to announce that he's going to play the 98th season would be a gross understatement. So without anything further from me, John, it's all yours.
Everybody keeps congratulating me for coming back. The thing is, I never left. As time went on and you know, things kept moving on and the soreness went away and you start thinking about, you look at the highlight films and those type of things, you start getting excited about it.
Let's go. We got a chance for a big one. Box 2 all go.
Box 2 double go.
The bottom line is I wasn't ready to quit competing.
Brandon in tight.
Elway turns, play fake, rolls right. Got some time. He can run if he wants to.
He's going deep. McCaffrey's wide open. McCaffrey, great catch. What a way to open the 98 season.
No one has ever questioned John Elway's competitive spirit. But after 15 years and countless blindside hits, some wondered if his body could withstand another season.
Just so you know, John said his hip flexor's bothering him. Just so you know, he said he can go with it.
Well, what does that mean? Can he go or not go?
Yeah, he can go. He won't come out. I told him to quit running if he could.
Despite a series of nagging injuries, Elway enjoyed one of his finest seasons and guided the Broncos back to the AFC title game.
Good afternoon, everybody, and welcome to Mile High Stadium on a beautiful Sunday afternoon. It's AFC Championship time with the New York Jets and the Denver Broncos. Will this be John Elway's last game ever at Mile High Stadium? We think so.
But after being shut out in the first half, Denver needed one last dose of Mile High magic.
The Broncos looked a little disorganized, and they're set.
Handoff. No, play fake. Elway deep in the pocket. Loads it up. Got McCaffrey wide open. He makes the catch. McCaffrey's inside the 20-yard line. A big throw by John Elway. John, short drop. Looks right. Plenty of time. Throws. Pass over the middle. Caught. Howard Griffiths at goal line. Touchdown, Denver. Denver Broncos are going back to the Super Bowl. They are AFC champions for the second consecutive year.
In his final curtain call at Mile High Stadium, Elway thanked the fans who had cheered his finest performances.
I love you!
Hey, John, go take a run around the field. Yeah. Hey, and do it with the trophy. I can't carry it that far. Okay, run around.
I'm not sure that there's a love affair between the fans and an NFL franchise like there is in Denver. Sure, they're fans that get upset when you don't play well, but they never leave you. You know, they never disown you. They're always there, and they're always loyal. It's been an awesome relationship and something I'll cherish forever.
And as I said, if this is it for John Elway at Mile High, he leaves just the way he came in, winning football games. John Elway is going to have the opportunity to be the first quarterback in NFL history to start in 5 Super Bowls.
For John Elway, there was only one reason to return for a 16th NFL season: to defend the Broncos' Super Bowl crown.
Elway boots and rolls to his right, stops, loads it up, throws down deep the middle of the field. Rod Smith's got it. Here we go. 30, 20, 15, 10, 5. Rod Smith, Denver touchdown. 80 yards for John Elway. Griffith now in motion to the left. Elway with an empty backfield, runs a quarterback draw, lunges to the goal line. He is in. Yeah. Touchdown, John Elway and Denver.
John Elway on target to be the game's most valuable player. And you know what, Jeff? That almost gives you a feeling that maybe this is his last game for the Denver Broncos. That just may be the sort of champagne toast to an extraordinary NFL Hall of Fame career.
Just over a year earlier, John Elway was a symbol of big game futility.
I love you. Oh, great job. Oh, thank you. Thank you, buddy.
Now he stands as a testament to fortitude and redemption.
You couldn't have written a better script. I wouldn't go back and change one thing about my career now. I think they'll be able to concentrate on the fact that if they look at me, that I was a competitor and, you know, maybe not always played the greatest, but always gave his team a chance to win and never gave up until the clock ticked down to 0-0.
The NFL is online at www.nfl.com. For more, log on to ESPN.com, part of Go Network. Go.com.
ESPN thanks you for watching this presentation of the National Football League.
Get in here.
This is Vinny Testaverde of the New York Jets. He donates his time to the United Way in his community. Vinny is a magician on the football field.
Here, is that your card?
Nope.
Is this your card?
Nope, 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 nope.
Well, do you guys know the milk trick?
On the football field, Vinny is a magician. Abracadabra.
This week on ESPN, Spanish football on ESPN continues on Sunday as Villarreal takes on Barcelona. Monday, we preview X Games 9 from Los Angeles. Then later, see how a legendary story came to life on Seabiscuit, the making of the movie. And Tuesday, let the madness begin. Day 1 of X Games 9 from LA. Sports all day, every day on ESPN this week.
I'm Tamsin Lewis. Let's check tonight's viewing on ESPN.
I think you have to start with the off-season chemistry first.
You got to have a lot of teamwork.
First thing, you got to stay healthy.
Preparation.
Definitely a great coach.
Just the desire to go out and get it done.
Well, first you got to start with the fans.
Fans are the pulse of the stadium.
You got to get dirty.
What I found is white shoes makes you look fast.
A lot of luck goes into it. Veteran leadership, that's a must.
All of a sudden, something gels.
And voila.
There's just a lot of different things to success.
Coming out of the gate, I mean, everybody's a Super Bowl contender right now.
Good evening from the Madrigal, just 3 miles from the Mediterranean coast. It's the venue for our big Saturday night match here on ESPN. A warm welcome from me, Derek Ray. Villarreal are unbeaten at home this season, while Barcelona are undefeated on their travels in the Primera. Eddie Maiton, good evening to you. Can Barca get by once again without the player who's become their talisman, the injured Ronaldinho?
Well, indeed, we've been talking in recent times, Derek, about a resurgent Barcelona. In 10 games, they've had 4 wins, 4 draws, and just 2 defeats, and confirms they've had a consistent start to this season. But Villarreal is always a difficult place to come and get results, Derek.
Well, you'll remember this fellow, Juan Roman Riquelme. Used to play for Barcelona, but these days he's on loan to Villarreal.
Well, they couldn't find a place for Riquelme in this side at the time. They've loaned him out, and now with Ronaldinho at Barcelona, you wonder if he'll ever return back there, Derek.
Barcelona bang in form after what was really a wobbly start to the season, Eddie.
Well, indeed, it took new coach Frank Rijkaard time to get things together, but they've been red hot of recent games and certainly come into this match against Villarreal as the favourites.
Well, it's a match that has much promise. 2 teams who are involved in the UEFA Cup as well as in La Liga. Villarreal against Barcelona. All the action coming up after the break.
salutes the South African PGA team of Trevor Immelman and Rory Sabatini for their thrilling victory at the PGA World Cup. It was a convincing win as they cruised to a 4-shot victory, besting teams from Britain, France, and the United States. Standing in for Ernie Els and Retief Goosen, the young pair made the country of South Africa very proud. Congratulations, Trevor Immelman and Rory Sabatini, ESPN's Athletes of the Week. A great moment in world football.
And away we go. Bayern Munich attacking the goal.
Well, that's a magnificent save, and it's a bullet off the inside of the post. Ball with no chance. Boy, does he pick out the corner of that one.
The guy sweeps it in, and Hedman misjudges it.
Goal ESPN, your connection to the best.
And that's going to be 6 on Christie, so he is done.
And now you've got a big question mark if you're Rick Adelman.
Is Fox moving here?
Well, let's see. Absolutely he moves right at the last second. And they could have easily called him for a moving pick.
Not that Christie for Shaq is an even trade, but maybe the makeup.
Maybe so, because Fox looks like he might be moving, setting the screen. But now the bigger question for Coach Adelman is, who do I bring in to try to contain Kobe Bryant down the stretch? You're going to bring Turkoglu and put him out there on him? Peja, we saw him limping a little bit. Maybe he tweaked something in that ankle. So it's going to be very interesting down the stretch.
Well, Christie certainly did not stop Kobe Bryant, but he did a creditable job, and he certainly made him work hard for his points. There is your foul story. Nobody with 5. Christie and O'Neal are out. Everybody else 4 or less. This is Turkoglu. Give and go into the lane. Hits the pull-up. Very nicely done to tie it at 87.
Just nice ball movement there.
Fox into Walker, who has replaced Shaquille O'Neal.
And obviously they got a matchup problem with Kobe.
He goes over. Can't hit over Bobby Jackson. Coming up on 2.5. Quickly up. Turkoglu will back it out and now go in again. Gets it back from Jackson. Fisher appeared to be a little slow. Touch pass inside. Divot's got it to Weber, who was fouled. 2 free throws coming for C. Webb.
Excellent ball movement the last couple of possessions from the Sacramento Kings as the Diesels forced to watch. Here it is, a little give and go with Divac into Turkoglu, who shoots over Ori to tie the score.
The Kings, when they're at their best, move the ball beautifully. Look at this passing, big man to big man. Weber will shoot 2 when we come back.
Tortals Hill up on the hill, and whoa, unbelievable play!
It's time for the big and strong to show their talents on the green when the NFL players compete with the best of the senior tour during the 2002 edition of the NFL Golf Classic. Friday, live on ESPN.
It should be no surprise that a conference final game is coming right down to the wire. 2:23 to play in Game 5. Lakers and Sacramento all tied up at 87. Shaquille O'Neal has fouled out for the Lakers. Doug Christie has fouled out for Sacramento. As we look at the free throw numbers, the teams have reversed as far as how often they get to the line, half for half. But the problem is Sacramento, well, they have missed an awful lot of free throws, 10 of their 29.
Absolutely. In fact, in the second half, according to my unofficial stat sheet, they have not hit both ends.
They say it's the loudest crowd in the NBA. The fans at Arco Arena in Sacramento consistently getting over that 100 decibel mark. So it was Chris Webber that was fouled before the last timeout. And he's going to come to the free throw line, which is always a dicey situation, though in the regular season his numbers were great and have been for the last 2 seasons, but he leaves something on the table there. 75% on the season for Webber, who used to be down in the 50s, but in the postseason those free throw issues have come back to bite him and continue to do that here.
And of course, after he gets the second one, this is crunch time. And you know who the Lakers are going to look for as the first option on the offensive end. It'll be number 8, Kobe Bryant. They don't have Shaq in there, so the leader of this team offensively is going to be number 8. And I don't know if the Sacramento Kings have a match for him.
Kobe goes baseline and hits over Turkoglu. Nothing Hedo could do about it. So just like that, he takes the lead back for the Lakers. He's got 30 and 8 this quarter. Divac alone on the baseline, works in, double team, turned it over. Kobe Bryant with the steal, under 2 minutes to play. Horry on top. Now it's to Kobe, wants to go on Jackson, fakes him up. Oh, just can't get the roll, and Webber pulls down the rebound. Quickly up Bobby Jackson. Good defense by Fisher to force him out. Turkoglu with Fox on him. Tries to rub off a Divac screen. Will shoot the long one. Samaki Walker the rebound. The Lakers protecting that 1-point lead. And a whistle with 19 seconds left on the shot clock. And apparently the Lakers didn't like how slowly they were advancing the ball into the front court, so they'll use a timeout. Meanwhile, Kobe Bryant trying to make things happen with Shaquille O'Neal out of the game. The Lakers with the slim lead late.
Racing news of the week during Wire to Wire, only on ESPN. Don't miss the World's Strongest Man competition every week on ESPN. tennis action all season long on ESPN. NBA. X Games. IRL. ESPN. The heartbeat of the best sports on the planet. It's an event second only to the America's Cup. It's boat against boat in a non-stop, one-lap, no-rules dash around the planet. It's Swedish Match Grand Prix sailing on ESPN. ESPN's Friday Night Fights. Two up-and-coming stars try to shake the featherweight rankings when undefeated Zahir Rahim faces Angel Vasquez in his 16 knockouts. 10 rounds of great boxing Friday on ESPN.
Kings fans at Arco Arena know their team is down but not out. A 1-point deficit, 1:13 to play. Mark Brown along with Eric Clemens. There's your situation. The Lakers with just one full timeout left. Sacramento with a pretty full complement, 2 plus a 20. Neither team has any fouls to give, so all fouls result in free throws. Big possession here for the Kings. Need a stop. It goes to Kobe. Bobby Jackson will try and shut him down. Kobe spins into the lane, hangs, can't hit. Samaki Walker pulls the rebound offensively, and a foul on the Kings. How can you allow that to happen?
Hedo Turkoglu and Mike Bibby trying to post up and keep Samaki Walker on the board. He goes up and over the smaller Bibby, and now a bunch of hands get on the ball, and Samaki's fighting for his life. And to keep possession there as Turkoglu will pick up his 5th foul.
Well, Samaki Walker hasn't taken a free throw tonight on the season. He's a 67% free throw shooter. 5th foul on Turkoglu. 7 of 11 in the entire playoffs, so he doesn't get here much. He makes the first one. It's a 2-point game.
And that's what, you know, that's why they're 2-time defending champions. I mean, somebody comes off the bench, somebody always steps up and does something big when they need it most. This time, Samaki Walker, the big offensive rebound. And if he knocks down these 2 free throws, you won't get any bigger.
It's his only points of the game. Samaki Walker has given the Lakers the 3-point lead with less than a minute left. Bobby Jackson, high post for Weber. Weber looking for Bibby. Bibby on the drive. Challenges. Hits nothing but gets hit. Kobe Bryant whistled for the foul. He has 5.
Well, that won't bother him at all. And in the last minute of play here, Samaki runs too hard at the much quicker point guard. Kobe going straight up. And Kobe, I guess they rule he initiates some contact there.
And Bibby strokes the first one. He can draw the Kings back within 1. 5th foul for Kobe, but again, only less than a minute to play. 46.6 seconds. Our Latin American audience, be patient. As soon as this one's over, we'll get you to Sports Center. But a lot more basketball to come here as Bibby makes them both. And it's a 1-point game.
I would double Kobe immediately in a situation like this. I'd get the ball out of his hands.
They're not doing it. Instead, Jackson will draw it. 1-on-1. The floor is spread for Kobe Bryant. Gets into the lane. Blocked. Bibby comes up with the loose ball. Almost travels. Finally gets it to Jackson. They got it to get across, and they do. Into the hands of Turkoglu. A little disorganized here. Weber back to Hedo. 12 on the shot clock. Weber is double teamed. Through the legs. Lost it. Oh, but Ori touched it last. He can't believe it. Still 8 on the shot clock.
Boy, oh boy, you saw Doug Christie doing his sign of the cross there and a little prayer. Chris Webber, very lucky. Again, in that kind of closed space, you know, you need to leave the finesse game at home. Hold the ball up, get it back to a point guard or something, and do something else with it. He is very, very fortunate that Robert Horry touched that ball out of bounds. A lot of contact going on down the stretch here. Watch Kobe Bryant drive in. Fouls could easily be called beginning right here. Somehow no foul is. And then in the backcourt, Rick Fox getting a little physical with Bibby. Could have been called for a walk there. He definitely moved the pivot foot twice. But the officials eating whistles. And now there's Kobe. And right there, Robert Horry just got a hand on the ball before it went out of bounds. And Weber thought it was shades. Well, we won't even talk about that kind of history. But he is very glad to get a reprieve.
The Sacramento Kings are a team noted for their brilliant execution offensively at times. Where is it? They need it now.
They certainly need it now, and what we've seen the last few times down, of course, Bibby, the first time they've hit both ends of 2 free throws here in the second half, according to my unofficial stat sheet, but the last several times down, they hadn't gotten the ball into the hands of their best players. When they do it that time, their best player acts like a point guard and tries to go between the legs in real tight territory. Very lucky he didn't turn the ball over. Here, you got to either go to Vlade, Chris Webber, or Bibby, your 3 best players on the floor, going toward the basket, trying to draw a foul if they don't get the hoop.
There's 11.4 seconds on the game clock, but only 8 seconds on the shot clock, and that is what the Kings have to deal with here. They will inbound in the far corner, a tough place to inbound from. The point guard, Bibby, will trigger it in. Finally ready. Webber to Bibby. The pull-up. Hits it. Sacramento has the lead. Mike Bibby stepped forward to take the big shot for the Kings.
Crowd is going crazy now. Let's take another look at it. I said in the hands of their best players going toward the basket, but when you have an open look like Mike Bibby's going to get off the inbound play, there he gives to Webber. Now he's going to run inbounds and use Webber as a screener, who knocks the living heck out of Fisher, trying to cut through. That's too open a look for Bibby. I'm afraid, however, when you have Kobe Bryant playing on your side, a little more than 8 seconds might be too much time. Remember, we're on that 1-point swing there, and the Lakers can hold it for a last shot, and who better at getting a shot up over any defenders that come out at him than Kobe Bryant.
Mike Bibby has been with the Kings just 1 season, and what a season it's been. He has saved his best for the 2nd season, the playoffs.
And you don't believe that this Sacramento crowd, yeah, they're happy, but the clapping isn't as raucous as it would be as if this shot beat the game clock. They know there's 8 seconds left in the game and a few more ticks, and that's plenty of time for the Lakers to get a good look at the basket. All they need is a foul. All they need is a 2-point shot, and they get out of here with a 1-point victory, just like we saw in Game 4 when Robert Horry hit the 3-pointer at the buzzer.
There are 8.2 seconds left. Plenty of time to fashion something. It's clear the focus has to be on Kobe Bryant. However, as you pointed out, role players have made big shots for the Lakers. And, of course, you just have to roll the clock back 2 days and remember what Robert Horry did.
I just simply would not let Kobe Bryant beat me. If the ball got in his hands, 2 of my guys are going to go out at him, and I'll let Robert Horry or anybody else shoot a shot.
8.2 are left. Stojakovic is into the game. Strangely, you wonder about his defensive capabilities. Size to get out on shooters, but maybe not the quickness to stop guys. Anyway, they inbound it to Horry. Gives to Kobe. Bobby Jackson pokes it away. Kobe for the win. Rebound Stojakovic, and that will do it. The Kings have survived and won Game 5. This time it's the Lakers that walk off the court stunned.
Well, what happened, we knew who was going to get the basketball, and he was going over the shorter Bobby Jackson. He got a great look at it. Jackson gave it all he had on defense, and Kobe was just a little bit long on the jump shot. He'll hit a number of those in his career, and he'll miss a number of those, but he wishes he could have this one back. Jackson playing hard. Let's take one more look at it. Bobby Jackson out on an island all by himself against Kobe. Jackson keeping contact. Knocked it away a little bit. Goes up right in Kobe's grill. And just a little bit off on the shot. Peja Stojakovic clearing the rebound. One more look at it. You can't ask for a better job from Jackson. Knows he's shorter on defense. Reaches in there to knock it away. Almost loses his footing, but it's right there on Kobe. And Kobe misses the game-winning effort. Boy, how he even got it up to the rim with Jackson with a hand right in his face, you never know. But he got a good look and did not get the game winner.
It wasn't pretty for the Kings down the stretch offensively. They lost composure on a number of possessions. But in the final seconds on their last chance, they executed to perfection and got an open jumper for Mike Bibby, who's been drilling them all postseason long. The Sacramento Kings may have lost at the buzzer 2 days ago, but they get one back now. Gavin Maloof, one of the two Maloof brothers who owns this team, the Kings, spurring this crowd on. So Sacramento will go on the road and head south to Los Angeles for Game 6 of the Western Conference Final. They are just one win away from the NBA Finals. The Lakers were brilliant at times in their comeback yet again, but the Kings took every punch and delivered the final one on their own. Chris Webber had 29 to lead the Kings. Mike Bibby 23, but his last two were the game winners. 92-91. The Kings beat the Lakers in Game 5. For Eric Clemens, I'm Mark Brown. This has been a presentation of ESPN, the worldwide leader in sports. For more, log on to ESPN.com. We hope you enjoyed Game 5 of the Lakers-Kings series. Now, though, it's time to look ahead to tomorrow's Eastern Conference Final as the Boston Celtics will be in New Jersey to take on the Nets in their Game 5. The series is tied at 2 games each, with Games 3 and 4 in Boston being some of the most memorable in NBA playoff history. Boston's Game 3 victory was the greatest playoff comeback ever, and New Jersey showed great resilience in holding on for a victory in Game 4. Don't miss the Celtics and Nets. Game 5 tomorrow.
Tennis action all season long on ESPN.
Now, here's another look at what's on ESPN this week. On Thursday in the NBA, the battle for the East continues as the Celtics face the Nets in Game 5 of the Conference Finals. On Friday, sharpen your pencils, folks, because the National Spelling Bee comes to you from Washington, D.C. Then we look ahead to Japan and Korea on Goal, ESPN Football Extra. And Saturday, stay up late for a replay of the Indy 500. There's great sports every day on ESPN this week.
The closest shave is as easy as 1, 2, 3, Mach 3. Easy loading, easy rinsing with no clogging, and 3 blades that shave closer in one easy stroke. Mach 3 from Gillette.
What does it mean to win the Indianapolis 500?
It's writing your name in the record books. It's practicing a family tradition. You'll always be called an Indy 500 champion.
You won the biggest race in the world.
Having your name mentioned with legends.
Something you want to feel more than once.
More than twice.
Once is not enough. It's being the best.
It's knowing you have what it takes.
It's a dream come true.